run a VMware image on VirtualBox, start by opening up VirtualBox. When you go to Machine and Add, you'll notice that it looks for a folder of VirtualBox VMs that may or may not be present if you have a fresh installation of VirtualBox. If you go to the C drive, then Users, your user folder, you can create a VirtualBox directory here. So right-click, New Folder, and name it VirtualBox VMs. You don't have to use this particular name if you don't want to. For example, if you don't like spaces, you can put a hyphen in the name, but on Windows it shouldn't matter. I'm going to go to the VMware image that I have. In this case, it's Metasploitable Linux. So from a downloads directory, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back to the VirtualBox VMs directory and paste it over here. Then I'm going to extract the contents. In this particular case, inside of the folder is another folder for Metasploitable 2 Linux. We don't need the folders double nested, so you are allowed to copy the folder up one level and get rid of the original. But it's your choice. It doesn't matter how many levels deep the virtual machine is. But do note the location of the VMDK disk file. This is essentially the virtual hard drive of the VMware image. Go back to VirtualBox. And in the VirtualBox VMs directory that we created is our file that we unzipped. Go inside of this directory and you'll notice that we can't pull up the image. So it seems like we're stuck at this point. The problem is that we don't have the VBox file or the XML file that explains to VirtualBox how to open this virtual machine. The VMware also has a file that explains to VMware how to open up virtual machines, but it's a different file format and VirtualBox doesn't understand it. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new virtual machine and then we're going to point that to the VMware disk. In our case, our image is a Linux image. And you want to pick the Linux image that's the closest to the one you have. Give it sufficient memory. And then when you get to the screen of creating the virtual hard disk, do not create it. Instead, click the radio button to use an existing virtual hard drive disk and click on the folder icon. Click the Create button, which uses the virtual hard drive that we already downloaded. Now you can change the settings on the virtual machine. You can enable the shared clipboard. You can change the memory. This is the RAM memory. You can also uncheck the floppy and the optical in the boot order since it's going to boot from the hard drive. If you have a 64-bit CPU, you can enable the PAE, and you can also dedicate more video memory. If you go to the storage tab, you'll notice that the VMDK file is the hard disk for the machine. When you're done configuring your settings, you can start the virtual machine. And your virtual machine will begin loading. To install Kali Linux on a virtual machine inside a VirtualBox, we'll start by downloading the correct package. So you can go to the Kali website, or if you're not sure what that is, you can type in Kali and download. And then either go to the downloads page with the first link or follow one of the sublinks. And here you'll find the images. So starting out at the top are more pure images like ISOs. But if you scroll down close to the bottom of the table, you'll notice some different virtual machine images. And we're going to pick the one for VirtualBox, but they all go to the same page anyway, so technically it doesn't actually matter which of these links you click on. You're going to go out to the offensive security page. Once you reach this site, if you scroll down just a little bit, you'll see another table with VMware images by default, but you can click this tab here to go to the VirtualBox images. And for most systems, you'll download the 64-bit. If you have a 32-bit system, there's a link for you below. So you're going to click this link and download the OVA file. So once you click that, you hit Save File, and just be sure you know where it is you're saving the file to. So you can hit OK, and then you'll start downloading the file. We've already downloaded the file, so we're going to go over here to the downloads, and we'll see our file's been downloaded. And here's the downloaded file. It's a large file. This is going to take a long time to download, somewhere around 3 gigabytes. Once we get the file downloaded, we're going to go over here to VirtualBox. And we're going to go to File and Import Appliance. And click on Import, and then click on this little folder icon here. Once we're inside of the dialog, we're going to click on the Downloads, choose our downloaded file, and click Open. If you saved your file somewhere else, just follow these steps, find the OVA file, and select it and open it. That'll put the link to your OVA file into the dialog, and then we're going to hit Next. You can change some of these settings here if you like. One of the things you may want to go ahead and do is reinitialize the MAC address of the network cards. The reason is in case there's two folks on your network who are both installing this same virtual machine, you don't want to have the same MAC address as somebody else. This is probably rare, but it's safe enough to reinitialize the cards. And then we're going to click Import. Again, this file is large, and essentially what's happening is the file is being copied from the OVA over into the VirtualBox folder where your virtual machines are stored. So this process is going to take a while. Go ahead and let this file import. So we're going to let this process continue. When it reaches 100%, then we'll move on to the next step. Looking over in the tree view on the left-hand side, we can see that the import process has completed and the virtual machine is now listed on the left-hand side. At this point, you can change the settings of the virtual machine while it's still powered off if you like by clicking the settings icon and then making adjustments. The most common adjustments would be changing the amount of RAM that's installed in the virtual machine. Be careful not to increase this too much because you need to leave plenty of RAM for your operating system to run. In this case, we're running on top of Windows. We'd want to leave a couple of gigabytes for Windows to be sure, if not more. The other common setting is to change the amount of disk space that's available. And this can be done under the storage. But you'll notice that there's 80 gigabytes allocated by default, and this is generally plenty for most users. At this point, if you're happy with your settings, you can go ahead and start your virtual machine. So to recap, we downloaded the proper OVA file. We used File Import Appliance to bring the virtual machine into the VirtualBox system, and we waited for the import process to complete, and now we're ready to go ahead and start up our Kali Linux virtual machine.
Hello everyone, and welcome to part 3 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. So in the previous video we set up Kali Linux, and you should have a screen like this now when you open it. I'm just going to outline the basics of this, so it's going to be a short video, but if you're not familiar with this type of operating system, then this video will help you with that. So if you go to applications, you can see all the pre-installed applications with Kali Linux. Now that's why I recommended Kali Linux, because it's a security distribution. It's got basically every application already pre-installed for ethical hacking and stuff like that, and cybersecurity. So if you just hover over a certain ones to say number 5, which is password attacks, you can see all the associated applications to do with password attacks on the right hand side. For example, John. I'm not too familiar with what John is, but anyway, there's Encrack, so you can have a look at these, open them, see what they're like. Obviously you're not going to know how to use them. Next is wireless attacks, so we can have a look at Aircrack NG. Now this is the most popular for attacking, I think it's WP, WPA and WPA2. There's other ones like Sniffing and Spoofing, post exploitation, so creating backdoors to have consistent or permanent access to someone's computer. Forensics speaks for itself really. Forensics on your hard drives, etc. Reporting tools, social engineering tools, etc. So you can get yourself familiar with that. The next one is Places, and if you click Home, this is very similar to Windows, pretty much any operating system. This is just a basic file manager. So you've got desktop, you can double click to access it, and then it'll go into the navigation bar at the top. You've got documents, downloads. Now I've got Tor downloaded because I'm going to be using it in the course later on. But you shouldn't have anything in the downloads, don't worry about it, it should be blank for you, it should be empty. Music, etc. It's just a standard file manager. So I think you'd be familiar with that anyway, so I can close out of that. Next is this down here on the right hand side, left hand side, sorry. It's basically just a shortcut for applications. You got your files again, so it goes straight back to the file explorer. You already know what shortcuts are. I just want to show you this. You can click this, like, what is it? Weird, like, circles. This shows all applications. So you got your calculator, a text editor, etc. You can also search up here. So if I type leaf pad, that's another text editor. As you can see, it opens it and you can just start typing. I'm going to close that now. I don't want to save it. So I'm sure you already understand all that anyway. The last thing is up here. So you got the volume, so you can make it, you can mute the sound or increase it. Next is the wired connection, so wired connected. And this, what happens is your host device or your main computer that is running the virtual machine will create a virtual network with the virtual machine, thus making it a wired connection, if that makes sense. So you cannot access your wireless card from the virtual machine. Now, I recommend you buy a USB stick, but it's a wireless adapter. I've got one, it cost me about £4 or £5 from eBay. It's not expensive at all, and it does the job. Now, you're gonna have to have one of these if you want to do the Wi-Fi cracking and hacking, because you need to have the wireless adapter to use as an attacker, and then your actual wireless your router. So you need the wireless card to attack the router. It doesn't work, like I said, because it creates a wired connection. You can't connect to your wireless card built into your main computer. Proxy, none, don't need proxy. Bluetooth off, and this is your account. So obviously, if you followed my previous video, you'll have a root account. So pretty self-explanatory. You can log out, account settings, change the password, etc. I'm going to go into settings now. So if you click this button, you'll get all the settings. So you can change the background, you can change the time and date, and also the display. Close out of that now. Lastly, we can go to this, which logs you out. So if that happens, don't worry, you just need to drag the screen up and type your password in, and then it should unlock it again. Just thought it was useful to know, because you might be confused what it is, but it's a lock, so it's a lock screen. That is obviously power off and power on, so I'm not going to click any of that. So that's it. I recommend you just get familiar with it. Just mess about with the stuff, create folders, etc. And you should be on your way to the next video. If this video did help, please hit the like button, subscribe for the latest videos, and in the comments leave any questions you have. If you're stuck, I'll be happy to help. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to my Learn Ethical Hacking course, part 4. So in this part, we're going to look at a network, the basics of a network, and also the penetration testing. So when you want to actually attack a network, we're going to have to break it down into 3 different steps. So the pre-connection are attacks that can be done before connecting to a specific network. Once we've done that, we can try and break the Wi-Fi key. So in the UK, the most common are Virgin, BT. Now these will use WPA, WPA2, which is more secure. WEP is old, it's outdated, and it's not very secure, but I will show an example of each one. They're all breakable. And once we've got that Wi-Fi key and we actually connect to the specific hotspot or router, we can do something called a post-access attack, or just a basic attack on it. Because we've got access, we can just do many different attacks, which we will look at. But to give you a basic understanding of how a network is all connected together, a network is just a number of devices connected together for a purpose of sharing resources and transferring data. So it applies to both Wi-Fi and wired connections. It works very similar, except the only difference is, I suppose, wireless and non-wireless. One device in most Wi-Fi networks is the router. So I'm going to refer to this as the server, and then the shared data is the internet. So if you look at this picture, we've got computer 1, computer 2, and computer 3. They're all connected to a specific router, and this router is then connected to the internet. So say you're on computer 1 in this network, and you go to the web browser. When that computer in a network, or in this case in this network, needs to access the shared resources, which was the internet, it will send a request to the router. So this is the shared resources. This is the computer that you're on in the network. So this is a network inside this box. And this is the server. So when you type in google.co.uk and click enter, that will send a request to the router. Then once the router acknowledges that request, it will send it to the internet. Then the internet will actually send a response back, which then the router receives, and then therefore sends the response to the computer 1, thus having the internet or the browser website being displayed. Now, the most important part of all this, and this was very, very basic, but the most important part we need to focus on is the packets. So all of these requests and responses I was talking about are transferred as packets in Wi-Fi networks. So these packets are sent just through the air, and these packets will include sensitive information, and we need to capture these. So to do so, we're going to look at changing the wireless card and their wireless mode. So changing the wireless mode on a wireless card, and also how to change a MAC address for a specific wireless card. So hopefully this just gives you a basic understanding before we actually start penetration testing a network. So subscribe, like this video if it did help. Please leave any comments and I'll be happy to help. And I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 5 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at what a MAC address is and how to change it. So like I said in the introduction of this course, you need to go and buy yourself a 300 Mbps USB wireless adapter, which will connect to your host device externally. It's important that it's external, so that's why I'm recommending the USB adapter. The reason for this is we need to use this card as the one that captures all the packets, and we're going to use this as the attacking. Basically think of it like the device that we're using to attack the network or pen test the network with. And the other reason is when you're using a virtual machine, your virtual machine will not recognize internal wireless cards, so that's why it has to be plugged in via a USB port externally. They're not expensive, they're only about £5 or £6 on eBay, but if you want to continue with the network pen testing, then you have to go and buy one. However, you can still follow along, but it won't be the same. If you haven't got one, you can skip to the next part, so you're not missing out on the whole course. The only part you won't be able to do is the network penetration testing. Anyway, if you've got one and you've plugged it in, then you can continue. So each network card, the one that you've just plugged in, or your USB adapter, all have a physical static address assigned by the card's manufacturer. This is called the MAC address, and it stands for Media Access Control. So the MAC address is basically used by the devices to identify each other and transfer packets. So in the previous video, I was talking about the server, the router, sending packets with sensitive information back and forth from the router to the computer. Now, all these devices will have MAC addresses, and they'll have a source MAC address and a destination MAC address. So when you send a request through the internet from your say from your USB wireless adapter, that will have a source MAC address, and then the destination MAC address will be the router that you're connecting to. And when you send a request from the wireless USB adapter to go to a website, then packets will have to go to the correct destination, and this is done by matching the destination MAC address with the packets. So if we open up Kali Linux now, I'm going to show you how to change your MAC address and the reason for changing it. So now that we've opened Kali Linux, we can actually start to change the MAC address. But firstly, we need to get your wireless USB adapter directly connected to your virtual machine. So to do so, I'm going to go to VM, go to removable devices, and here it will display all of the devices connected externally to your host device's USB ports. So for example, the Snowball is my microphone, but obviously I don't want to disconnect that from the host because I wouldn't be able to talk right now. I know this one at the top is my wireless USB adapter, so I want to connect it directly to the virtual machine. So I'm just going to click on connect, give it a few seconds. You should hear a strange noise. That way you know it's done. But if you go up to this little icon here, and there should be a new drop down list that says Wi-Fi not connected. If you click on this drop down and click select a network, as you can see here, it says no networks for me, but if it says that for you, give it a few seconds and then network should finally appear. So these are all routers in my local area that I can pick up. I can just click on any of them and click connect and it'll ask for the Wi-Fi key. But obviously that's not the point of the video. I'm not going to do that in this one. So click cancel. That's just to show that, or to let you know that your Wi-Fi, your wireless USB adapter is actually working correctly. So once that's done, you can actually get on with changing your MAC address. So just open terminal. It should be in the little shortcut toolkit here. I'm going to click view, zoom in, and just zoom in a few times. You don't have to do this, but it might come up a little bit small on the video. The text will be anyway. Now we're going to learn how to manipulate the card and change its MAC address. So there's a few commands. So there's iwconfig. If you enter that, click enter, you should see all the wireless cards. Now obviously it's going to show up two that are none or no wireless extensions or non-wireless extensions, and one that is. So WLAN 0 is my wireless card. It's currently not connected to any networks, but it's actually showing it because it's connected directly to the virtual machine. Now, to change the MAC address, we need to actually disable the wireless card. Think of it like when you install a new application, or on Windows, you go to the BIOS and you change some settings, and it says, please restart for changes to take effect. It's similar in that case, that we have to disable a wireless card, make changes, and then enable it again. So to disable it, we're going to do ifconfig, not iw. The difference between ifconfig and iwconfig is that iwconfig only deals with the wireless elements of a wireless card, such as the ESSID and the WEP keys. But all the normal attributes of the network card, such as the IP address and the subnet masks, are all assigned through the ifconfig. So if you do ifconfig, WLAN 0, which is the not O0, which is the name of my wireless card, I'm going to disable it. So you want to just put down at the end of it. So once you click enter, it should disable the card. It won't tell you it's disabled, but once it does it and there's no errors that come up, then you know it's disabled correctly. Next is MAC changer. So if you type MAC changer without a space, so it's MACCHANGER with no spaces, then do --help. Click enter, and you should see this, which is just a list of all the commands you can do with MAC changer. We're only going to focus our attention on a few of them. So if you look at this one here, permanent will reset it to the original MAC address that was assigned by the manufacturer. So if you change your MAC address and you want to go back to the original one, you can do. So you don't lose your MAC address forever, or your original MAC address, you don't lose it, you can go back to it. Random is what I'm going to show you in this video, but there's also -m. Now, the main reason for changing a MAC address would be to, for example, say there was a secret network. So there's 3 laptops all connected to a router on a secret network. That router has a whitelist. In that whitelist, it's got 3 MAC addresses. So the 3 MAC addresses correspond to each of them laptops. And it only accepts them MAC addresses to connect to it. So that's why it's like a secret like server or network. But if you wanted access to it and you just tried to connect to it, it would reject you because you don't have a MAC address that is on that whitelist. But if you found out one of them MAC addresses of them laptops that are allowed to connect to the network, then you can actually just change your wireless USB device's MAC address directly to or copy it. Basically, you're just copying the MAC address that's allowed onto the secret network, which I think is the most useful part of it, because then once you change your MAC address to one that's on the whitelist and you try to connect to the network again, it will accept you because it thinks, hang on, this MAC address is actually allowed, it's not it's on the whitelist. But obviously you're not that person who should be allowed on it. It's just, you're basically just tricking the server. But we're not going to do any of that. We're just going to change it randomly, or to a random different MAC address. So to do so, I'm going to type MAC changer, then hyphen random, which is that, and then the name of the card, so WLAN 0. Click enter, and as you can see, it says current MAC, permanent MAC address, which was set by the manufacturer, and then the new MAC address. So that's it. We've just changed the MAC address. But if we remember, we disabled the card. So to enable it, we need to do ifconfig WLAN 0 up. Instead of down, it's up. So you click enter, give it a second, and that enables the card again. So if we go back up to this, go back to Wi-Fi and click select network, as you can see, it allows you to connect or search for networks. So we know the card's still working now, and it's actually enabled. So that was it. That's how to change your MAC address. As you can see here, this is the new MAC address. But the main reason for changing MAC addresses is, like I said before, with the whitelists for secret servers or secret routers, etc. And so that's it. That's it for this video. In the next video, we're going to look at different wireless modes. But if this video did help, please like, comment, subscribe for the latest content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 6 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this video, we're going to look at the different wireless modes. So a MAC address is used to send packets to the correct destination, but us as hackers, in quotes, can only receive packets that are sent to our MAC address, like discussed in the previous video. But that only applies to your default mode on your wireless card, which is called managed mode. However, we can manipulate that and change it to something called monitor mode. That will allow us to capture all the packets within our Wi-Fi range. And next I'm going to show you how to do that. So I'm just going to open up Kali Linux, and I will see you back in a second. Now that you've opened up Kali Linux, we can actually start to manipulate and change the mode of your wireless card. So I'm just going to open the terminal. I'll zoom in a few times so you can actually see the text. And the first thing we want to do is actually show that the card is in managed, and then we'll show the changes after. So if you do iwconfig WLAN 0, click enter. As you can see here, it says mode equals managed, or mode managed. We want to change this into monitor so we can capture all the packets within the Wi-Fi range. Firstly, I'm going to disable a card, so I'm going to do ifconfig WLAN 0 down. That will disable the card. Then I'm going to do amon-ng, click enter, and basically this is just like reassurance that it's detecting your card and it's working. But to actually start monitor mode on this card, you need to do amon-ng start, and then the name of the card, which is WLAN 0, which is just in the interface here. Click enter, and it should come up with, or it doesn't have to, but mine says found 3 processes that could cause trouble. Just ignore all this. The most important part is down here. So as you can see, it says monitor mode, IFV enabled for WLAN 0. And then it says on WLAN 0 mon. So basically it's sort of created like a virtual card using your wireless card. So if I do ifconfig click enter. As you can see, the card is now called WLAN0 Mon. And if you see on the mode section here, it says monitor. So that's it. Basically just enabled monitor mode on your card. Now, if for whatever reason, if you want to just stop monitor mode, then you can do amon-ng stop WLAN 0, but make sure you put the new name of the card, so you put mon. Now this could change into anything for you. It doesn't have to change into WLAN 0 mon. It could be just mon 0 or WLAN 0, could be anything, so I'm not entirely sure, but just make sure when you want to stop it, you type the new name, which is just shown here. And in fact, it's shown here as well. So you can just click enter and that will stop. So if I just click enter to show you, as you can see, it says it's disabled. So if you do iwconfig again, click enter, WLAN 0 comes back and the mode's back to managed. So that's it for this video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to part 7 of Learning Ethical Hacking. Now that we've enabled monitor mode on your wireless card, we can actually start to sniff packets, so I'm just going to show you how to do that. I'm going to open the terminal and just zoom in. Then what you can type is iwconfig, click enter, and make sure the mode is monitor on your wireless card. So if you haven't watched the previous video, you need to find out how to put it into monitor mode. But to actually start sniffing packets, I'll do clear so it gets rid of that. You need to do aero dump -ng, then the name of that card, so WLAN 0 MON. Now, like I said in the previous video, it might be different for you, but for me it's WLAN 0 mon. If I click enter, as you can see, it's starting to sniff the packets locally. I'll explain what each one of these mean in a second. I'm just going to let it sniff more Wi-Fi routers in my area. Let's see if it picks up any more. Now, there's not many around me, but in fact, this should be enough. So if you want to stop sniffing packets now, you can press Control and C. That will stop it, and it will leave the information up, but it won't search for any more packets. So you should see a few Wi-Fi routers up here. Now, the BSSID is basically the MAC address. So the MAC address is like the unique identifier, which has a source MAC address and a destination MAC address, so the packets are getting sent to and from the right location. PWR is basically power, and it's how close your wireless card is to that router. So obviously, the further away the power increases. But obviously, you want this power to be as close to 0 as possible, because that means then you're going to have an easier time sniffing the packets and getting the most useful packets from it. Hence why the furthest one away from me is actually -74, or just 74. Beacons, basically beacons are signals that the router sends out to let other devices know that it actually exists. And so think of it like a beacon, or like a lighthouse, for example. So it lets ships know that there's land, or it can, it knows it's close to land. It's very similar in the sense that it's letting other devices know it's there. Data is the number of useful packets that we have sniffed from these Wi-Fi routers. I will explain more on this later. This one here, so S, is basically the number of packets we have sniffed in the last 10 seconds. CH is the channel. So each router will work from a different channel. Now you might see some that are the same. In this case, these are all ones. But if you have two routers right next to each other, next to your computer, for example, or downstairs, wherever you have your routers. If you have two separate ones and they're on the same channel, it can sort of like interfere with each other. So if I had two of these, my for my second one, the channel should be like 11 or 6, because you don't want them to have the same channel, because then they'll, like I said, there'll be interference, the signal will be weaker, etc. MB is basically the maximum speed allowed, so they're all the same, 54E. ENC is encryption, so basically what they use to encrypt the packets. Most Wi-Fi routers these days are WPA2. Cipher is the cipher used to decrypt the packets. So all of these are using CCMP. There's other ones though, such as TKIP, I believe, from the top of my head, but don't quote me on that. Auth is the type of authentication required, but I will discuss more of this once we get onto WPA cracking. And the ESSID is just basically the name of the router. So that was it for this video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, and subscribe for the latest videos. I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 8 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at targeted sniffing. So I'm going to open the terminal, and what we need to do first is enable monitor mode again, because if I do iconfig, as you can see, every time I turn off this virtual machine, it resets the wireless card back to WLAN 0 with mode managed. So to get it back to the monitor mode, I need to do airmon ng start WLAN 0. Click enter. It's going to do that, found 3 processes that could cause trouble. You can do airmon ng check kill to kill them, but they're not causing me a problem so far, so I'm just going to leave them. So it's enabled again on WLAN 0 mon. So if I do iwconfig WLAN 0 mon, click enter, as you can see it says monitor. So if I clear, we've got it back into monitor mode now, and we can do aero dump ng and WLAN 0 mon. So it's going to start sniffing the packets again. And basically what we're going to do in this video is we're going to do it targeted, so we're going to specifically target one network to start sniffing. So if I let it just sniff some more packets, there we go, I can stop this now. So to stop it, it's Control-C. And to specifically target one of these networks now, what you need to do is you need to do aero dump -ng, then you need to do -- channel, and then do a space, and then find the name of the channel that you want to target. So say we want to target this one here, VM, then obviously it's channel 6 because it says so in the CH. So we do 6, then do space, and then do --BSSID. Then we need to specify the BSSID, which is the MAC address of this router. So we just copy this one here. Make sure you copy the correct one, so the corresponding one, and I'm just going to paste it. And then we want to write it to a file, so we save all the information that we capture, all the packets. We can save it inside different document formats, which then can be used to import it into Wireshark to analyze the packets and get sensitive information. But we're not at that stage yet, so I'm just going to do write test what shall we call this? Test. We'll just call it test. So just call it test, so the file name will just be called test, and then the name of your card, so WLAN 0 mon. So basically this is just going to do aero dump ng. It's going to go to channel 6. It's going to locate this specific MAC address here, which corresponds to the VM8 ESSID. And then I'm going to write a test file to the root directory, which will save all the packets, and then I'm using WLAN 0 mon to do so. So if I click enter, then it starts sniffing the packets again for this ESSID, so for this specific router. But there's a new like window basically down here, a new BSSID, etc. What this is showing now, this is very useful if you have watched the previous video. The BSSID here, this is still a MAC address, and as you can see, it's the same as this MAC address up here. These are all the same, so basically this is what the device or client is connected to. So if I highlight them, all these are basically clients connected to this specific network. So it's a router in my room, so obviously all the devices I've got connected to will show up here. If you sniff your neighbor's Wi-Fi, for example, you will see all their devices connected to that Wi-Fi, or well, you'll see their MAC addresses anyway. Now, if you remember in, I think it was part 5 or 6 where I talk about MAC addresses, and I was talking about like a secret router or secret network of computers, and you've got to find out their MAC address for you to be able to change it to your one to their one to be able to connect to the network. Then this is how you would sort of find out their MAC address. So these are obviously MAC address devices that are connected, and that is basically a targeted sniff. If I do Control-C just to stop it. So basically, like I said, this is just a targeted sniff attack. You can actually see devices that are connected to that Wi-Fi spot. So for example, if you done this to a public Wi-Fi, you would probably see quite a lot of these. But the main point of this, or the main focus, is the MAC addresses of the clients. Basically all the information is the same. Again, this is power, so this is how close the client device is to that Wi-Fi spot. So basically that was it for this video. I was just showing you how to do a targeted sniff attack and how to find all the clients connected to that router. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to analyze these packets and then talk more about actually decrypting them. Because if you go to your places and go to home, as you can see here now, there's test, which is what we created when we done write. Then we put test. So basically this is what it creates. We have test.cap, test.cv, CSV, sorry, CSV, and so on. You can put this into Wireshark, but in fact I will do that now. So if I go down here and type Wireshark, click enter, give it a second, and it should open Wireshark Network Analyzer. Give it a second. Right, it should come up with an error. If it doesn't, don't worry, but even if it does, just click OK. It doesn't really matter. Excuse me. These are all your Wi-Fi cards, basically, and as you can see, it's picking up signals with this one, and this is our monitor mode one. You can just go to File, Open, and if we go to scroll down a little bit and go, import test1.cap, just click Open. As you can see here, we've got devices. So basically one device that's connected to it is light I don't know how to pronounce that, but that's one of the devices connected to this network. I believe it's like a spare phone I've got. There's a Samsung. So you can get information, but there's not much we can do at this point because we need to find the Wi-Fi key to be able to do some damage. So this is mainly just for finding MAC addresses and stuff. Because we need the Wi-Fi key to be able to do some damage or be able to actually start penetration testing the network. But I thought it was useful for you to know that you can actually put this in Wireshark and have a look at all the packets and the destination it goes to. So that was it for this video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment. I'll be happy to help, and subscribe for the latest content, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 9 of my Learn Ethical Hacking. In this video we're going to look at how to disconnect any device that is connected to a Wi-Fi router. In this video I'm going to be using my MacBook laptop as an example. So I have a router in my room and my MacBook is connected to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to prevent the connection from the laptop and the router. It's not going to be able to connect back to the Wi-Fi router, and it's not going to have internet access at all. Now, I must say this is for educational purposes only. I'm not responsible for any damages you cause or consequences. The whole purpose of this is for education and for people who are genuinely interested in white hat hacking and also cybersecurity. So to get started, I'm going to check the Wi-Fi card. So if I do iwconfig WLAN 0 mon, click enter, as you can see the mode is monitor. So I can just clear that now. I'm going to do aerodump ng, then WLAN mon 0, click enter, and this is going to start sniffing packets around the local or local routers that are in my area. I'm using a wireless card, so if you haven't watched the previous videos and you just happen to find this video, then you will need to go and watch them. There's a whole playlist on my channel of them, and it will give you a better understanding of what is actually happening here. So I'm going to press Ctrl+C to stop it. I've already explained in part 7 what all this means, but what we're going to do is we're going to actually just attack a specific device now. So my laptop is connected to this network. The reason I know this is because obviously it's got the same ESSID on the laptop when searching for it, so it will just be the same name as the Wi-Fi router. And this is the MAC address for that router. So we've sniffed the router. Now what we need to do is we need to actually target the sniffing. So basically we're going to actually just sniff every device that is connected to this Wi-Fi router. So to do so, I'm going to do aerodump -ng, then the channel. So channel. This channel is what the network or the Wi-Fi router uses. So it uses channel 6, as you can see up here. It says CH6. Then we're going to do --BSSID. So we need to copy this BSSID and paste it here, which is the MAC address of the router. Then you just need to type WLAN 0 mon. Now, I have explained or have said before in previous videos that this could change for you. As long as your Wi-Fi card is in monitor mode, then you're good to go. So if I click enter now, it's going to start sniffing devices that are connected to this Wi-Fi. So if I press Ctrl+N to stop it, this device here, this MAC address corresponds to my MacBook. The reason I know this is because I know the MacBook, the MacBook MAC address, if that makes sense. A bit awkward to say. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to switch over to my MacBook and show you that I'm not lying or making this up. So I'll see you on my MacBook. So now that I'm on the MacBook, as you can see here, the Wi-Fi is connected. I'm connected to that same specific Wi-Fi router, which is this 2G one. I will show you that the internet actually does work. So I'll go on the browser and just go to YouTube, click enter. As you can see, YouTube does load. I'm not sending because obviously it's new device, it's not really used, but it's just to prove that the internet does actually work on this laptop. Go back here, go to advanced, then go to hardware. As you can see, the MAC address of this laptop is B88D12401F0C. So if we go back a few seconds into the video, and you will notice that this MAC address corresponds to the MAC address that we sniffed when we done a target. We targeted the specific Wi-Fi to find devices that are connected to it. So the B88D corresponds to the MAC address that we have found. That way, or that's how I know that this is the correct MAC address and it's this laptop that we are targeting. So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually send deauthentication packets to this laptop that will disconnect and prevent further connection to this Wi-Fi spot. It will only work for this device, so this device will be basically unable to connect to the Wi-Fi router. So I'll see you back on the Linux machine, and then I'll teach you how to send these deauthentication packets. So now that we're back on the Kali Linux machine, as you can see here, it's this MAC address. So like I said, it corresponds to the MAC address that is the MAC address of the MacBook. And that is exactly what we want, because we want to target this specific device. Now, to send deauthentication packets, all we need to do is this simple code, or this simple line. So airplay-ng. Make sure the so AIRE and then play. AirPlay-ng. I just call it AirPlay-ng. It doesn't really say that, but doesn't really matter. Then I'm going to do --deauth. So deauth for deauthentication. 1,000. Actually, I'll do 10,000. So basically, this number of packets, the number of deauthentication packets that we're going to send. Then we're going to do -a. Then we need to put the BSS ID of the network or the router. So, like I've said before, this MAC address is the MAC address of the router. Now, these are all the same because these are the devices connected to this router. So I just need to copy this MAC address, which is the MAC address of the router. You've got to remember that it's very important that you put them in the right way. So I'm going to paste it. Then I'm going to do a space and then -c. Then I'm going to put the BSS ID of the client, which is the device that we want to prevent connection from or to this network, which is this one. So I'm basically putting the MAC address of the MacBook here. Then I'm going to type WLAN 0 mon, sorry. And as soon as I click enter, it's going to start flooding the connection between the MacBook and the router with deauth packets. So I'm just going to click enter now and then quickly show you what's going to happen to my MacBook. But because the MacBook's next to me, I don't want it to lock, so I have to type the password in and then I miss it. So as soon as I click enter, the MacBook screen will appear and I'll show you the effects of what we're doing. So click enter. It's going to start sending deauth packets and I will see you on the MacBook. As you can see on the MacBook now, if you noticed up here, it's actually struggling to connect to the Wi-Fi now. It's going to keep trying, but if I show you the screen on my Kali Linux machine, then as you can see, it's just flooding the connection with deauth packets. So obviously this laptop cannot connect to the internet. It's just gone grey, it's gone black, there's no even one little bar of connection, there's just no connection at all. I can close out to this and show you. So as you can see, the Wi-Fi is on but no network selected. So if I try and select 2G, click on 2G, as you can see it says connected. I'll give it a second, just let it send a few more deauth packets, and the connection's gone again. So the connection does stay up for a little bit, but obviously once it recognizes that deauth packets are being sent to it, it just disconnects. I'll try and connect back to YouTube again. So if I click enter, as you can see, there's a problem loading the page. So basically this device is rendered useless for connecting to this Wi-Fi router. Obviously it can connect to different ones, but obviously then if we change the attack on the Kali machines to the other MAC address of the other router, then it will still render useless. So this can be quite complicated. I talk quite quick when I'm talking about this stuff because that's how I am. Sorry if it doesn't really make sense. Just go through the video slowly and watch the other parts of this course and it will make sense to you. As you can see, there's no internet connection now. I can't connect to the internet, and that is the whole point of the deauthentication. As long as I stop it on the Kali machine, then the connection will come back, so it's not completely ruined or permanently damaged, but obviously the connection will only come back once I turn off the Kali Linux machine. So I'm just going to go back to the Kali machine now and I will see you on there. So now that we're back on the Kali machine, to stop sending the deauth packets, all you need to do is press Control and C. So Control C and that will stop the attack. You can also just close out of the terminal or turn off the Kali machine. So that was it for the video. If it did help, please leave a like. If you're stuck with anything or have any errors, please leave it in the comments and I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for the latest content and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome to part 10 of my Learn Ethical Hacking. In this part we're going to look at creating a fake access point. So basically we're going to create a fake Wi-Fi router or hotspot that people can connect to, and it will not have any password or Wi-Fi key. So when someone wants to connect to it, they will connect straight to it and the internet will in fact work. So it will look like just a free internet hotspot for them, because there'll be no key, they can just connect to it and use the internet, but it's fake. So basically we will control all the packets that flow through the devices and through the Wi-Fi hotspot, which enables us to actually capture sensitive packets and information and analyze them. And to do this, we're going to need to download something called Mana Toolkit. It makes the process very simple for us because it will automatically create the new access point, and there's options to start SSL strip, file lamp, and there's some of it, or sometimes it even attempts to bypass HSTS, which is commonly used by Gmail and Facebook. Mana uses 3 main scripts. So start no upstream, basically this will start an access point, so devices will be able to detect it, and when you click on your Wi-Fi on Windows 10 and all the Wi-Fi routers come up and you can choose which one you want to connect to, it will appear, the fake one will appear, but when you connect to it there'll be no internet access, so there's not much point to that. We are going to be using that simple, this one here. So it's just going to start a normal access point using an internet connection with upstream interface. But there's also another one which is NAT full, and this one will use the extra bypass, or it'll use the bypasses for the security, and it'll start SSL strip, SSL split, and file lamp, which I'll discuss later in the video. So if I go to the next slide, these are the commands. So when you're on Kali Linux, if you type apt-get, apt-get install, and then Mana Toolkit, that will install Mana. Then we need to do some modification to the config files, and the last script here, or last command, is bash, and then this URL to the NatSimple, or the start NatSimple one, because that's the one we're going to use in the video. So I'm just going to go onto the Kali Linux machine, and once I open that, I will show you how to install it, modify it, and actually start this fake access point. So I thought it was important for you to understand the theory behind how this is actually working. So say computer 1 in this diagram is your neighbor. They are searching for Wi-Fi connections and they see this one pop up. Now this is the fake one we have created, but basically what we're doing is we're using a wireless card and we're making it act like a Wi-Fi router. So they will see this router and think, oh, I'll connect to it because it looks like free internet, they haven't put a key on it, so I'll just connect. Once they connect to it, the hacker machine will know they've connected to it, and if they send a request to Google, it'll send the request to the wireless card, in this case not a real Wi-Fi router. The wireless card will then relay that back onto the hacker machine, and the hacker machine will need to be connected to the internet through different means. So a hacker machine might have 2 wireless cards. One of them is acting as the Wi-Fi router, and then the other one's actually connected to a real Wi-Fi router. So that way the computer, or the neighbor in this case that is connected, will still get Wi-Fi connection, because once they send the request to the wireless card that's acting as a Wi-Fi router, and they that gets sent onto the hacker machine, the hacker machine will then send that onto the internet through the other connection. So you could have 2 wireless cards connected to your host machine or your hacker machine, or you could have the wireless card and the wired connection, because this, you cannot connect to your actual router through this wireless card that is being used as a Wi-Fi router, because it's just being used. You can't use it, it's 2 things at once. So hopefully this does give it a basic understanding of how it works, but in my case I'm using Kali Linux on a virtual machine. So I have my wireless card connected to my host machine. Now this wireless card I've got connected right in front of me is going to act like a Wi-Fi router. I've got an internal wireless card in my actual host machine that runs Windows 10. That gives internet connection to the Kali Linux virtual machine through a bridged. Now that is why you may see wired connected, is because it uses the internal connection from your host machine. But if you're on the virtual machine and you have two Wi-Fi cards, you can use one to connect to an actual router and then the other one as a Wi-Fi card. So hopefully that clears it up. Hopefully it gives you a bit more of an understanding of what we're actually doing here. And I will see you on the Kali Linux machine. So now that you've opened up Kali Linux, we can actually install the Mana toolkit now. So to do so, it's just the same as the first command I've shown you in the PowerPoint. So it's apt-get install, then mana-toolkit. When you click enter, it will install it. So if you click enter, now I've already installed it. As you can see here, it says Mana toolkit is already the newest version. Just give it a second for you, because if it's the first time installing it, it will take a little or a few seconds depending on how powerful your machine is or whether you're using a virtual machine. But it shouldn't take no longer than a few minutes. I can type, or you'll know it's completed installation when a new line pops up like this underneath all the white text. Then you can type clear, which will wipe the terminal clean, so you can start again. Next, we need to open the details of the fake access point and the config file. So to do so, we're going to type leafpad. Now leafpad is just a simple text editor, so we're telling the file to open with this application. So we'll do leafpad, then /etc/mana-toolkit / it's I can't speak today. Then do host apd-mana, then conf for config. Click enter and it will open the config. So the most important information on this config file is the first bit of information here, which I've highlighted. The interface is the card that's going to act like the Wi-Fi router. So it's going to mimic a Wi-Fi router, but in this case, it's just a wireless card. So if I go back to the terminal, and if I open another terminal and type iwconfig, if I just zoom in a little bit here, as you can see, the WLAN 0 is my wireless card. I've got it in managed mode, so there's no messing with that monitor mode anymore, because the capturing packets is over. So make sure it's in managed, and make sure it is connected to your virtual machine. So as you can see here, it says Wi-Fi not connected. What I mean by it's connected to the virtual machine is that you can actually detect networks, and the virtual machine does detect that you've connected the wireless card. ETH0 in this case is my wired connection, or as you can see here, it says wired connected. So ETH0 is my internal host machine's wireless card, which is connected to a real router. That is the bridge connection I was talking about. So this sort of like relays from the fake access point to my ETH0, which is connected to my host device, which is then connected to my real Wi-Fi router. Now you can close out of that, because if we go back to the config file, as you can see up here, the interface is WLAN 0. So this is the card that we want to use. That's correct, as you can see from that iwconfig. We can leave the BSSID the same, that's just the MAC address. We can leave the driver the same, and the ESSID, or ESSID in this case, is internet. So this is the name of the Wi-Fi connection. So if I go to Wi-Fi not connected and select a network, the SSID is the name. So as you can see, the first one on this list is Sky C9DDD, but this fake one will just be called internet. I'm not going to change it, and we'll use channel 6. So I'm not really going to change anything in this config file, but it's just important for you to know this stuff in case you need to make changes. So you can call this whatever you want, but I'm going to leave it as internet. So I'm just going to close out of that. And the next one we can open, let's open the other config files now. So if we do leafpad, then we'll do /usr instead of etc. Then share, then / again, mana-toolkit, run-mana, then do start-nat-simple.sh. So if I click this or click enter, the upstream is the card that is basically the card giving the how can I say this? ETH0 is the card that's giving the hacker machine internet. So for ETH0 or the hacker machine to actually have internet access, it needs to have two cards like I've explained. So ETH0 is my host machine's internal wireless card, which is connected to my actual real router. The fake router is my wireless card, and the wireless card sends signals to the internal card. That sends signals to the real router that sends a signal back. This way it gives internet connection to the person connected to the fake access point, but all the packets are flowing through the hacker machine to the Wi-Fi router and then back. So we're like the middleman between the victim computer connecting to the fake access point and the real router. We're in the middle capturing all the information. Think of it like that, it might make more sense. However, I'm going to need to change this. So I'm going to keep ETH0 the same because that is the bridge connection or the wired connector that I'm using through my virtual machine. So think of ETH0 as my host machine internal wireless card, which is connected to a real Wi-Fi router. PHY is the wireless card. Now it's called WLAN 1 here, so I'm going to rename it to WLAN 0. Click File and then click Save. So I can close out of that now, but you've just, like I said, you just got to make sure the upstream's correct. So if you have a second wireless card, that might be called WLAN 10, WLAN 2, you could have as many as you want, then you will need to change the upstream in this config file. So I can close out of that and type clear, click enter. And now we can actually run this fake access point. So I'm going to type bash, then I'm going to do /usr /share /mana-toolkit /run -mana /start -nat -simple.sh. Click enter, and it's going to start to actually begin configuring this fake access point. So it's enabled. My wireless card is currently acting as a wireless router or just a Wi-Fi router. Now, if we it's finding all devices that are connected to my host machine's connection. So my host machine, like I said, is connected to my main Wi-Fi router, which is this one here. So it's just got all devices that are connected to it. But now if I go on my separate laptop, so if we think of this laptop as like a neighbor that's connecting or searching for Wi-Fi routers, you will see that the internet will pop up. So I will just show you my MacBook now, and we'll see what we've actually done. So now that we're on the MacBook, think of this as like the neighbor's computer. So the neighbor's searching for Wi-Fi spots, and if you go up to the Wi-Fi connections, as you can see, there's a new one here called Internet. Now that corresponds to the fake access point that we created. Remember, I didn't change the name. And if we connect to it, so connect to it, it's just trying to connect to it now. Give it a few seconds. It's connected. As you can see here, the network name is exactly the same, which is Internet. So now basically all the packets are flowing through this device that are flowing through basically the hacker device, then through to my real router and back through. So like I said, it's hard to sort of grasp, but just think of like the hacker as a middleman. It's capturing all the information coming from the client computer or the victim computer, and then it's capturing all the information coming back from the real router. So just to prove that the internet actually does work, ignore OBS, I'll just skip past it and go to the the web browser. If I click on Google, as you can see, the internet works. So I'm getting internet connection. I can have I can go on any website, I can log into anything. It's just like a real internet connection. Now this person may be thinking, oh great, I've got free internet, there's no key, they must have forgotten a key, but obviously they haven't realized that they've just connected to a honeypot, which is a fake, or like a, think of it like a trap basically. So if now this client or this neighbor goes and logs into PayPal, we can do some attacks on that, find out the login information. We can do loads and loads of things. This will be explained later in the course once we get onto poisoning and actual client attacks post connection. But hopefully this video did help. Maybe you learned something from it. If I didn't explain it very well, please leave a comment and I'll try and explain it better, or show articles that explain it better. So that was it really for this video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment, subscribe for the latest videos, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 11 of my Learn Ethical Hacking. So in this part we're going to create a backdoor. Now, backdoor is essentially an evil program that when the person runs it on their computer, it will give you access, hence the name backdoor, and this access will allow you to control the computer. You can upload things, you can execute, you basically have full control of their computer. Now there's a lot more to that. It seems very simple, but there's a lot more that goes on to actually achieve that. But in this video we're just going to generate the actual .exe, or the application that will allow this connection between you and a victim computer. To actually create the backdoor in Kali Linux, we need a few things. So to download this, all the codes or commands I should say are in the description, so you can copy it line by line if you want. It's to save you typing all this out. It's line by line, so don't copy and paste all of it in one go. You just need to open the terminal and get the first line, and this first line is installing Git. So it's apt get, so hyphen between apt and get, then space -y install Git, and this will install Git so you can clone repositories, you can upload to Git, etc. Once you click enter, I'm not going to click enter because I've already installed it, and like I said in this previous video, and in case you're confused why I'm saying that, is because this is a re-upload. So if you've already watched this video, then, or you've already watched the original within the 24 hours it was uploaded, I've decided to make this video again and re-upload it. The previous or the original video is no longer available, so if you're only just on part 11, then this video will be good for you. If you've already watched part 11, then you can still watch this. There's a little bit more information that I wanted to actually get into this video than I did in the original. Anyway, once you click enter, this installation should only take a few seconds. It did for me. And once it's complete, you can actually clone the repository, and this repository is this one here. This GitHub repository includes Veil, and Veil is what we're going to be using to actually create the backdoor. Veil is just a Python script that allows you to create backdoors using payloads, etc. You type that in like I have, copy and paste it. Once you click enter, it should start cloning it, and cloning is essentially just copying it from like the GitHub website to your local drive. So if I go to places and click home, then I go to, in fact it's straight in the home, so it's here, and it should be a Veil folder for you in your home place. If I double click on this, it's got all the files from the repository. Next, what we need to do is we need to actually go to this directory, but in the terminal, because we need to run the setup folder. So if we just get rid of all that now, if we type cd veil, click enter, as you can see the terminal will automatically go inside of this directory. So if we type ls, as you can see this corresponds to the file manager. Everything that's named here is essentially inside here, sorry, inside this folder. So now we know we're in the correct directory. Then we need to go inside the setup folder. So to do so, you type cd and then setup, click enter, and now we're inside the setup folder, which is this one here. So essentially we're inside this. Now to actually run the setup, and this setup is an installation of Veil. There are 3 installation wizards. These installation wizards are all interpreters, so you'll install Wine, you'll install Python and Ruby. It's all required for you to actually run Veil, because there's loads of different payloads within this Veil, which you'll see later on in this video. So we're inside setup. Now what you want to do is you want to type sudo /setup.sh. Like I said, all of this will be in the description. So inside this leaf pad here, this will be in the description, so you can just copy it line by line. Once you've done sudo /setup.sh, then you can do space -c. Once you click enter, it'll start the installation process, and this is the long installation process. So give it 5 or 10 minutes. You will need to watch the installation though, because the installation wizards will pop up and they require you to click next. Tick boxes, don't worry about, just don't tick any additional boxes that appear in the installation wizards. Just keep clicking next on all of them. Then it should take you to near the end of the installation. If errors do appear within the terminal, ignore them, because it still works. So don't worry about any errors that actually show up within the terminal. If you're stuck with this installation process or something unexpected does happen, then just leave it in the comments and I'll be happy to help. But you should be fine. Once you go through the installation process, they will appear like an actual installation wizard. So the whole screen will go blue, I think, and then there'll be like a little grey box that says click next, and then it'll just do the installation with the loading bar. So once that's done, you've installed it correctly, you've got Veil now, and all we need to do is actually execute the Veil script. And to do so, we need to run this veil.py. So I'm going to go back into the Veil folder. I'm going to do clear, type clear, sorry. So it clears the terminal. Now we've got a fresh terminal. To run this py file, we need to do /veil.py. Veil.py, click enter, and then it opens Veil. So now, as you can see here, it says Veil version 3.1.4, and we've got main menu, then it says here 2 tools loaded, and we've got available commands. We've got exit, info, list, and update and use. We need to list the available tools, so you type list. These are 2 different tools, so evasion and ordnance. We want to use we want to use evasion. So type use 1, click enter. Don't just type 1, you've got to type use 1, because this is a command. Now we're using Veil. So as you can see up here, it says Veil evasion menu. We've got 41 payloads loaded, and then we've got additional commands, so which I'll talk through later on. We need to type list again, because we want information on a specific payload we want to use. So type list, and these are the 41 payloads. We're interested in 9 or 10. It doesn't really matter which one you use here. The purposes of this course, I'm going to be using 9. I'm going to use reverse. In fact, no, I'll use HTTPS. It's just, there's not much difference between them. It's just that HTTPS, I don't know what it is. It's just preference, so I'm going to use 10. The corresponding number is what the command we need to use. So the HTTPS one is 10. So if we go down here again, just scroll down and type use 10. Then we're using CS interpreter reverse HTTPS, because that's the one we selected with using 10. Then you can see additional required options. We've got compile to .exe, and the value is Y. We want it to compile to an executable, because when you send that to a Windows machine, then it will run, because it's like an application, it's just a .exe. And throughout this course, I will be talking to you about binding it to like JPEGs, making it. In fact, Veil evasion does make it undetectable by antiviruses, and there's important information that I've got to let you know at the end of this video. So stick around for that, because it's very, very important that you listen. But the most important part of this, not to make the video extremely long, is lhost and lport and sleep. They're the 3 main common ones. There's also processors, but as you can see here, these are optional, so they're not actually required. The main 2 of these 2 for it to actually work. So we need to set the lhost, and what the lhost is your IP address of the Kali machine in this case. So it's the IP address of that. And to find that, all you need to do is you need to open a new terminal. I'm going to split this horizontally. Now, you may be wondering what terminal I'm using here, because it might look a little bit different with this red line. I'm using Terminator. So if you go to Google, you can search how to install Terminator in Kali Linux. You can install it. It's not required. It just has additional features. It's exactly the same as the terminal. So I'm going to clear this and then type ifconfig. This ifconfig will bring up all the connections, like the Wi-Fi connections or wire connections. I'm using ETH0. So to find the IP, it's inet, which is this. So this is the IP address of my Kali machine. So I'm just going to copy this and then type set lhost and then paste the IP address. Click enter. That sets the lhost of the backdoor. Because we're using reverse, it needs to know where to go back to, if that makes sense. So when you send this application somewhere, it's going to have to listen for a connection, or your computer is going to listen for a connection from someone else's computer. So it needs to know where to send the connection back, if that makes sense, from the victim's computer to yours. Your computer is going to be listening for a connection, and then their computer, the victim one, is going to send it's going to have to know where to send the connection back to, which is your computer, which is also listening for a connection, if that makes sense. So that's why you set the IP address of the L host to your IP address. We've got the L port. You can change this if you want to. By default, Veil has a 8081. You can have 8080. The reverse HTTP uses the 8080 as well. You can use 80. You can use 4444, so 4 fours. I think there's other ports as well that are good to use, but I recommend 80, 80, 80, or 80, 81. So you can leave this as default. The L host has been set. As you can see up here, it's blank. Don't worry about that. It doesn't automatically refresh, but it's definitely been set because there's no errors. We can add some processes if you want to make it look like an application that's actually running. So it uses, processes. Sleep. You can make it sleep for a certain amount of time before the payload is executed on their computer. You send your backdoor to someone, and they double click on this dodgy application. Then it will sleep for 5 seconds before it actually executes the bad code, if that makes sense. It's like a bomb, for example. So yeah, you could set that to 10 seconds. It doesn't really matter. It's optional. I'm not going to set it to anything. So as soon as they double click on it, it will access the connection, or it will open the connection, and then you'll have access to their computer. You can leave everything else. You don't have to mess with anything else. So that's it. We've set the L host. We haven't set any of the optional ones because it's not really required. Hence why it's optional. So lastly, all we need to do is actually generate. So you type generate because we want to generate it, which is this one here, to generate the payload. You type enter or press enter. Then we need a name for the payload. So I'm going to type backdoor. Now, in the original upload of this, I called it backdoor.exe, and then when it created it, it created backdoor.exe.exe, and it looked a bit retarded. So just type backdoor. Do not add the .exe extension to this. So I'm just going to click enter. And it's not a good idea to call it backdoor because people will not open it. But that will be talked about later on in the course. But there are ways of defending against this, which is quite simple, really. So we've executed it, and we've created a payload that's in an executable form. As you can see here, this is the most important line. So to actually see this in its real form inside the file manager, go down to this second terminal. I'm just going to type clear to get rid of all that. We can do a command that will open the directory. So you type xdg-open. I'll just zoom in so you can see this. So it's xdg-open, and then we can copy the executable line, which is this one because we want to locate the executable, up to the compiled, because we don't actually open the backdoor.exe because it's just pointless. If you send this to someone right now and they double click on it, nothing will happen because we need to listen for the connection, and that will be in part 12. This is only generating it. So we do xdg open and then click enter. It will open the file manager straight to this directory, and as you can see here is the backdoor, literally called backdoor.exe. So this backdoor is our weapon, essentially. And that's it. So you just generated your backdoor. It's working fine. We're using the right ports. We know how to generate one now. And this is with Veil 3, so it's not with the old version. All the things will be in the description as always. If this video did help, please leave a like, comments. If you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 12 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to listen for a connection. So essentially, this is the most important part after creating the payload. This listening for a connection will allow us to receive a connection when the user double clicks on this payload. So say they're on a separate laptop, which I have set up. I don't have a separate laptop, but I've got a separate virtual machine, which is Windows 10. Imagine this like a laptop. This is still a standalone computer, so the Kali Linux and the Windows machine and my host machine are all separate. They're essentially different laptops or computers. We are going to be able to listen for a connection. So when this person, for example, I'll give some context, say you're talking to someone, you say, oh, go and download my new game. They download this backdoor.exe, they run it, then essentially the connection will send a connection to your Kali machine, or it'll send a signal to your Kali machine. That Kali machine will pick up that because we're listening for it, and then you'll be able to do whatever you wish with the computer. So in the Kali machine, we've created backdoor.exe. I'm going to try and keep this as short and as sweet as possible, so I'm not going to ramble on a lot. So we've got backdoor.exe. We need a local server. This server will allow us to upload and download files from it. This server will be local to the Kali Linux machine. However, any computer that is connected to the same Wi-Fi spot will be able to access this. It's an Apache server. It comes pre-installed with Kali Linux. So you need to locate this directory. Essentially what you can do is, if you don't know how to access this here, you can just right click on this one, which is inside the compiled. So to open the compiled, you can do that, which will open this, and then you can right click on this and type and click open a new window. Once you're inside this, I'll close this out so I can just use this new window here and get rid of that, because we need that terminal in a second. Go inside var, which is here, then go inside www, then go inside HTML. If you're familiar with web development, you'll know that what index.html is. Essentially, this is just the default Apache homepage, and every file that you want to be accessed or be able to access and upload and download will go inside this. This is the root directory of the web server. So all you need to do is copy your backdoor.exe or whatever you called it and paste it inside here. So now we've uploaded it. This is on the web server. And what you can imagine what we're going to do. So we're going to go on the, I'll say laptop in quotes, which is just this virtual machine, and download it. It's just a method of transferring it. I've got to say now that at this point the course doesn't go into much detail with how to deliver it properly and ways of encrypting it and ways of blending it in, like attaching it to JPEG files, etc. I will talk about all that stuff. It's just an introduction into it. So this is not a realistic approach on how to make people download it or trick people into downloading it. It's a lot of cybersecurity is your own due diligence. So it's your own thinking and being smart with things. But just for the purpose of this video, we're going to create a web server and then go to the separate computer which we're acting as the victim, which is this one, and then download it. That is not a traditional way of actually trying to transfer this payload. So we've got backdoor.exe, we've uploaded it. Now we need to start the service, so we need to start the web server. So to do this, you type service Apache 2, so APACHE 2 space start. Click enter, that will start the server. Now, when you type localhost into your browser, you will appear on the web server. We've started the web server, so now we need to go to the victim computer. Now imagine in context this person, you're talking to this person, you say, oh, go and download my new game. You could have, could have connected to your fake access point, then you could talk to them, get to know them, sort of social engineer. And that is a key word that is very important for this course, so go and research social engineering. They agree to download your game. It looks innocent, and because you seem friendly, they think, oh yeah, we'll go and download it. You direct them to 192.168.110.128. Now this will be different for you. To find this, it's basically just the IP of your Kali machine. So ifconfig, and it's the ETH0 inet, which is this. It's because it's a local server, it will run off the IP address of the Kali machine. So they type that in, click enter, and it'll send you to the Apache 2 default page. It's saying it works, so it lets you know that it's working. Essentially, we are connecting to the Kali machine now, or the server on the Kali machine, not the actual Kali machine itself. I shouldn't say that. Now, we uploaded the backdoor.exe. So like I was saying as a little story, the game, you could have called that game.exe. So they type game.exe and download it, but in this case it's backdoor.exe. So I click enter, and because it's inside the root directory, it's going to ask if you want to download it. Click enter, and as you can see down here, it says, what do you want to do with backdoor.exe? You can run or save. You want to save it, there's no point running it because we haven't actually listened for the connection. So click save, and it's finished downloading, open folder, and there's the backdoor.exe. So this person might be thinking, oh, this game looks good, and then they're going to actually run this, but it's not a good idea. I promise I do have better delivery methods, encryptions, and just in the future, just wait. I'm trying to get them all out, but with life in the way, it's quite difficult. So bear with me. But this is just a demonstration on how to listen for a connection. So we'll leave all that for the future. So this person's downloaded it. We can go back to the Kali machine now and actually start listening for connections. So I'm going to clear this. Then what we can do is we can start listening for a connection, and we have to use MSF console. So you type MSF console, click enter. This is Metasploit. So let it just run. It'll take a while for it to actually open, so give it a few seconds, and I'll explain what this is in a second. So this is starting the Metasploit framework console. Ignore failed connect to the database, ignore that, doesn't matter. We're just waiting for the actual Metasploit to start. Metasploit is a community type thing where people upload their vulnerabilities. It's a cybersecurity, computer security Metasploit. So essentially exploits get uploaded, people use Payload. There's loads of different things with Metasploit, and we have to use Metasploit to be able to listen to a connection through a payload. So we're using the MSF console. You can tell because it says down here MSF. So what we want to do is we want to type use exploit, and don't worry, in the future of this course I do go into more detail with Metasploit. It's your first ever time seeing it, but just follow along and you'll start to understand it. So multi and then handler. So just copy this down. Everything will be in the description and you have to follow anyway, so you could just copy that from the description or type it. So it's use exploit, multi, and then handler. Click enter, and now we're using the multi-handler. This multi-handler allows us to listen for connections essentially. But we need to set the payload. This needs to correspond to the payload that we created. So if you remember, I created anyway, it doesn't have to be this. I used reverse HTTPS, so I need to do set payload in capitals, Windows, interpreter, and then reverse underscore HTTPS. Click enter. Then it sets the payload to the correct one. This corresponds to backdoor.exe, which we generated in the previous video. I can type show options now. Click enter, and this will show the options. As you can see, it's set to L port 8443. We set it to port 8081, so we need to change that, and we also need to set the L host. So we'll set the L host first because it's blank. So set L host, and then we need to set the L host to the IP address of the Kali machine. So it's 192.168.110 and then .128. So this is, like I said, To find this, you just type ifconfig and it's your ETH0 inet. So I'll set that to the L host. And then we need to set the port. So set L port to 8081. Click enter. That sets the L port. Then all we need to do now is, in fact, I can type show options, I believe, again. Let me just try that. There we go. That will just show us the changes that have been made. So L port is now 8081 and the L host is the IP address of our Kali machine. So we've got the L host, the port. Then all we need to do now is actually listen for a connection. So make sure you're still in multi-handler and then type exploit. Click enter. It's going to run. It's going to start the HTTPS reverse handler on the same port and the same IP address, as you can see here. Then it opens the port and now it's listening. So essentially what we can do is, I can't do this in the same window, but if I go to the Windows 10 machine and I run this now, it's saying this Windows protected. Don't worry, this isn't an actual antivirus. I haven't showed you encrypting this and making it undetectable just yet. However, this isn't a antivirus. This is just Windows Defender. It always happens when you download applications with unknown publishers. So this isn't detected by the Windows machine. So you can just run anyway. It's asking for the admin privileges, so you just click yes on the box that appears. You don't have to run it as admin. I'm going to. Then it starts loading, and then if we go back to the Kali machine, as you can see, there's a session opened. So Matipris is session 1 opened. So essentially, we've got full access to this computer. So if we type sysinfo, click enter, you can see the type of computer that we've connected to. So this person thinks that they've downloaded your game, but they haven't clearly. You've got access to the info, the system info, what type of Windows 10 machine it is, what type of language. I was going to do this for a separate video and go through all of the commands that you can do and different methods of attacking this computer now and getting as much information from it as possible, such as passwords, info, see what they're doing, see the webcam. I'll show you one command and I'll type screenshot, click enter. The screenshot has saved to root and then it's give it a random name. So if we go back to our file manager, we can get out of this one now and just go to the root. As you can see here, there's a screenshot. If we open this, we can actually see a screenshot of the desktop. So like I said, imagine if this is in a Wi-Fi hotspot, you can see what they're viewing. And just to prove this, if we go back to the Windows machine and then we type Facebook, click enter and go on facebook.com, and then we go back to the Kali machine and we ask for another screenshot of their desktop. It'll save it. We go back to this directory or file manager and there's a new screenshot. If we open it, you can see that they're on Facebook now. This is very basic and it's useful information if information gathering anyway, but there's much more things you can do with this, much more useful things anyway. It's getting really interesting now, so I'm going to start part 13 tomorrow, so subscribe to keep up with all of the episodes. And that's essentially it. We've got access to this computer. We can cause a lot of damage. So yeah, that's it for the video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to part 13 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at binding an image to our payload. Our payload here we created using a reverse HTTPS. It's called Backdoor.exe. So if you come from the previous video, then you should be up to date with everything. We've got our server, which is right here, and we've uploaded it to our server. What we're going to do is we're going to use a script, which is this here, I'll explain this in a second, and bind it to an image. So I've gone on Google and just got a random image. This image could be absolutely anything. I've got this car right here. You could also use a different file type, so it doesn't have to be an image. It could be a PNG, which is still an image, but it could be a Word document. It could be a PDF. So there's many different types of files you could potentially use here. I'm just going to use an image for this demonstration. There's two things you also need. You need this script, what I've just showed you before, and you need an image icon, an ICO. So if you look up here, which I've just highlighted, we've got an image.jpg because I've saved this image, and I've also got an image.ico. I've used an online converter, so if you just go to Google, you can type image to ICO, click enter, and use this first one. If you just click on this website, all the links for everything will be in the description. Then you can just browse and select the image. And then once you've done that, you can set pixels if you know the size you want, and then just click convert file and save it. It will prompt you and just save it to your desktop. So once you've got an image and an icon, and the reason for the icon is because typically on machines or operating systems, when you have an image file, you also get a preview of that image. So if you look at this image file here, it's image.jpg, but there's a preview just above it. Because our payload is in a application format, it's a .exe, which is an executable. They only have icons. Executables will have icons. So for example, think of an installation. So for WinZip, if you've ever heard of WinZip or WinRAR, then them applications will have icons similar to the calculator.exe, etc. I think you get the point. So think of the browser icon. We want to mimic something like that. So if we want to attach this image to our backdoor, we need our backdoor to have an icon of the image, because then it looks like it's a preview of the image when in fact we've attached an icon to the backdoor. You've got to get your head around that, but essentially all we have is our backdoor.exe. We set an icon to it, so we change its icon to the image, and then in the next part we'll spoof the extension. The reason we add the icon is because it looks like, or it looks more realistic, and it looks more like an image file, because we're getting a preview of the image when in fact it's just an icon. They're not actually getting a preview of the actual image. So once you've got the image.ico and the image.jpg, we can start to bind these together. This script here is used to compile and bind the image.jpg to the backdoor. So this will be in the description like everything else. There's only two things we need to change on this. So when you go to Google, typically when you click on an image, you can right click and copy the link location. The link location is the image, the URL of the image that's saved on the host website server. So in this case, this image is hosted on Lamborghini.com. So if we right click again and just copy the image location, we'll open a new tab and paste it. We can see that it's a direct link to the image, and this is where the image is stored on the Lamborghini website's database or directory. So you can either just copy this, which I'll do, straight into this script. So where it says image inside local URLs, we can remove image and make sure there's still a comma, and then paste. So if I just make this a little bit bigger, let's just extend this out. As you can see, we've got a direct link to the image. Then we've got a comma and backdoor. I'll explain what backdoor is in a second. There's other ways of getting this direct link to the image. You could upload it to a website like this, files.fm. So if you just get the image.jpg that's on your desktop, if you have saved it, and you can just upload it. So if we drag and drop this in, click start file upload, it'll start it, then we can view it at this URL here. says access the files, so there's the file which is right here. To get a direct link to it, you just go over download this file, right click and copy link location. So if we copy the link location and paste and go, then we get a direct link. So as you can see, it went to down, but because this is an image, it's not going to actually start to download it. So if we go back to this and right click, and what we'll do is we'll open it in a new tab, then we get the actual download image. So depending on which way you do it, sometimes it will prompt you, sometimes it won't. Just make sure you get the one with the prompt. So in this case, the direct download link for the image is this now. So there's two ways of doing it. I've just showed you both, so you can decide. I think just right clicking on the Google image one is better. It's just more convenient. So we've got that. Next is backdoor. So we need to direct this script to our payload. Our payload needs to be accessible online. So you could either do it the same method as we just done with the image and our backdoor.exe. So you could upload it to files.fm, I think it was called. Yeah, files.fm. You could drag and drop backdoor into it and get a direct link for that. So I'll just quickly show you. We go back on here, go back to the start, and we'll drag and drop backdoor.exe into it. Then we'll start file upload, completed, and then we'll go to this website. We'll go to the link it gave us, and as you can see, backdoor.exe is uploaded. You can go to download, right click on download this file, open link in new tab, and it will prompt us. So this is a direct link. You could then close this and copy the direct download link for this payload and paste it inside here. Or because we've uploaded it to our Apache server, which is in www HTML file or folder, we can just use that. So if you type your IP address of the Kali machine, which is 10, I think it was, what was it, 192, I think it was 192.168, there we go, 192.168.110.128, click enter, then we get the Apache 2 Debian default page. So if you remember from the previous video, we created this server to upload our payload and then download it on the Windows 10 machine. Since this is uploaded now and it's live online and it's accessible, we can just get the direct download link for this by typing /backdoor.exe. Then if we click enter, it gives us the prompt to download it. So that's exactly the same as what we've just done. So I'm going to copy this and paste it where it says backdoor. I thought I'd show you both methods for each thing so it's more in detail. I'll just paste this. There we go. So I've got this script, nothing else needs to be changed. We're binding this image, which is this one here, with our payload. The payload is created with reverse HTTPS, and it's on port 8081. So we can go File, Save As. You need to save this file as script.au3. So change .text.txt to au3. Click Save, make sure it's on the desktop. So there we go. Next, we need to actually open an application that will allow us to convert this script, which is an AU3 script, into a separate application. So to do this, it's pre-installed with Kali Linux. So all you need to do is show all applications and type compile. Then it's this one here with the logo that looks like an A. Click on this one and it will open an application. You can close out of this script now. And close out of that. We don't need any of this now. Close out of the whole browser, in fact. Don't need that. And you should see an application like this. So this application will convert this script into a separate .exe application. So we'll no longer use backdoor.exe. So what we'll do is we'll click browse and we'll browse for this script. As you can see, the destination is on the desktop as well, but we're going to have a new application called script.exe. This is for the image icon, so you click browse up here. Sometimes this might start in a different location, but all you have to do is click up here, go to the drop down list and find your desktop. So it'll be root desktop. And it's image.ico for me because we converted this image into an ico file. So click on that and everything is set. So we've got this as the image or the applications icon in this case. So it's the icon of script.exe. So all you need to do is click convert. It's going to convert it. Conversion complete. We can close out of that. And now we have our new payload. So we will no longer use backdoor.exe. We'll use script. So let's upload this to the server. Go to the Windows machine. So we'll open the browser. And we'll go to our server's IP address, which is the IP address of the Kali machine. Remember, this Windows machine, even though it's running on the same system or host machine, it's a completely different system. Picture it as a separate laptop. So we go back to this Debian Apache server and we'll download the script. So we called it script.exe. We're no longer using backdoor, so we need script.exe. And although no changes, it looks like no changes have happened on the Kali machine, excuse me, you'll see some now. So if we try and download this, we'll save it because we don't want to run it. The reason for that is we're not listening for a connection, so we'll just save. It's going to run the security scan. It's going to finish. Now, if your security scan does fail, then just disable Windows Defender. I'm going to show you how to bypass most anti-security and the Windows Defender later on in the course, because there's much more, or there's a few more steps that you need to take. But I will go through everything as much as possible in detail. So we've downloaded script. It's come up as 1 because I've already got an application called script.exe, but we can open the folder and it's this one here. As you can see, I've already got one called script, so I'll just get rid of that. I was just testing the icon because it was coming up a little bit strange, but we'll just leave it because if you where can I get rid of this? What am I looking at? Delete. I spent too much time on a Kali machine. I don't know where anything is on Windows anymore. But as you can see here, I'm going to rename this because I hate that one. I've got OCD, so I'll get rid of that. There we go. Yes, the icon looks a little bit stupid. Oh, I didn't want to do that. It's so pixelated and it doesn't fit the actual window, but it passes. Although it looks stupid, you get the idea. This application.exe has got an icon image or a preview of the actual image, even though it's just an icon. If you look at this image here, which is an actual JPEG image, you can see the preview of the image. So if we click on there, we get the actual image. We open it in Photos. This is the image. Even though it's black, that's not a good example. It should load any second though. Please load. There we go. So you sort of get the idea. For specific icons, I would recommend going on Google and just searching icons. You'll get perfect icons that fit the dimensions. When converting the image to an icon, I didn't set any pixels. You can set the width and height. But obviously, the image was not created for the purpose of being an icon, so that's why it looks a bit stupid. Anyway, it works, you get the idea. So now it looks like an image that's being displayed. Although it says .exe at the end, we're going to spoof the extension in the next part to make it even more realistic. But we've got script.exe. So we'll go back to the Kali machine. We're almost completed here. So we'll open up Terminator. And we need to listen for a connection. So MSF console. Click enter. If you can't remember this part, then you'll have to go back to listening for a connection. I'm just going to go through it really quick though. You may get a error appear right now. There we go. That says could not connect or failed to connect to the database. Just ignore that. It's fine. It still starts a Metasploit framework console anyway. It does take a few seconds to actually start up, so just be patient with it. I'll zoom in so you can actually see the text. There we go. It started Metasploit. So what we need to do is we need to use the exploit multi-handler. So exploit use exploit multi and then handler. so we're using the multi-handler module. We'll show options, because we need to actually change some of these settings. So what we'll do is we'll set the payload. The reason for this is because we need to match everything up to our specific payload that we created with Veil. So we'll just type set payload Windows interpreter. I can't spell, so it's MEP, right? METERPRETER. There we go. And we used reverse HTTPS, so it's reverse _ HTTPS. Click enter, so we set the payload. Then we need to set the L host to our Kali Linux machine. That also corresponds to the payload's L host. So this 192.168.110, I believe, .128. I always forget this. Let's go back to the Windows machine. Still I have it up. There we go. So 192.168.110.12. Let's check. 168, not 160. Change that to 168. There we go. So we'll set the L host, and then we need to set the L port. So L port 8081, because that's the port. That is the port that the payload is using. So we've set the reverse. We've set everything. Now we need to just type exploit and click enter. So it started a reverse HTTPS handler on this. Then if we go to the Windows 10 machine, and we'll run this as admin, it's protected. This isn't an antivirus one, but you just need to click more info and click run it anyway. And then it's going to ask for admin privileges. Just click yes, and it's going to run the payload. So the payload's going to run. But if you noticed, something else happened, an image opened. So this is why it's quite dangerous, because it looks and acts as a real image. I say looks, the icon was a complete fail, but you get the idea. But there we go, an image is actually open, so it looks like an innocent image file. Go back to the Kali machine, we've actually got a interpreter session. So if we type sysinfo, we can take a screenshot. So you just type a screenshot of their desktop. Now imagine this person is connected to your Wi-Fi. They could be in a local public Wi-Fi spot, and you just took a screenshot of their desktop. So if we go into the let's go places, home, we'll see where the screenshot is saved. So it's in root, and it's this one here. So if we run this, or open it I should say, then we see a screenshot of their desktop, which is the image that they opened that has been binded to a payload. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to spoof the extension of the payload, because if you remember, it's just called script.exe, but what we'll do is we'll spoof it so it says script.jpg. So that's it for the video. If it did help, please leave I can't even speak today. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 14 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to actually spoof the extension of our script.exe. So in the previous video, we created this payload and binded it with an image. So when you double click on this, an image will show up, which was the Lamborghini. However, if you notice down here, it says script.exe. Now, if you know computers, then an image will not have the extension .exe. That way, you know it's an application and it looks just totally fake and dodgy, so that's not a good example. However, we can spoof this extension to make it look like .jpg. As you can see, this is a real image, and it's got the extension .jpg. So we're going to spoof script.exe with that extension to make it look like an image file type. I'm going to go to the Kali machine, and we've got script.exe here. Now, Kali Linux will not show the changes that we made, so it will not show the icon that we created, but as you can see on the Windows 10 machine, it shows that icon. And like I said, the icon's not a good example, but if you've used a image that you know the dimensions or the correct icons for, then you can go and do that. If you used a PDF or a Word document, then I'll show you that in a separate video, changing the icons to them. But for now, I've just got this image and we'll just spoof the extension for the image. It will be the same principle with a Word document or PDF. So I've got LeafPad open here and I've typed a new name for this payload. As you can see, it's called script, but we're going to change it to car image gpg.exe. So it's basically .jpeg but backwards, so it's gpj instead of jpg. So whatever you name your payload, for example mine's called car image, then what you want to do before the .exe but after the last bit of the name, you want to put the extension that you want but backwards. So if you wanted to spoof a Word document and say this was a car document, so car doc, probably not a good example because doc is an extension, so car file, just a document file that has a car in it or something, I don't know, just make this up. But then if you wanted to spoof the doc, you'd have to do cod and then it'd be like .exe. So when you reverse this, it will say doc, and that's short for doc, which is a document. So depending on PDF, so for example if this was a car file but in a PDF form, then you'd have to do FDP, because PDF backwards is FDP. So hopefully you get the idea, but we'll get started with this. So on Kali Linux we need to show all applications and then type characters. We open characters, and a good thing about this tutorial is that there's no applications required, no downloads required, so it's all up to you. So it gives you reassurance that you're not downloading anything. And we'll search for something. So what you need to search for is right to left override. It's this one here, right to left override. So when you're searching for it, you type right and then -2 and then -left, exactly like I have done here. And it's this one, so we want to double click on this and we need the character. It's a Unicode character to right to left override. So if we copy this character, we go here and we paste it. So paste, and as you can see it swaps them round because it's done a right to left override, and because we typed JPEG backwards we now have JPG. So you can see the extension's now .jpeg, but we've spoofed it, it's still an application. The same thing for a document, so I'll type car file again. I'll put cod.exe because obviously the .exe will still be there on the original file. But if you used a Word document when binding it and not an image, then you could do it this way. We'll just copy the character again, go before the C, and then paste. And as you can see now, it looks like a doc file. It does get a little bit retarded when copying and highlighting, so just be careful. You just have to highlight it like that. So that is basically it. You could do the same with PDF, but I don't need to do all of them. So I'll get rid of that because we're using JPEG, and all you need to do now is copy this, rename your script.exe. I forgot to mention in a previous video as well that this script.exe does not need to be called script.exe. It could be called anything in the world as long as you've got an extension. So I'm just going to highlight all of this, remove it, and paste the new one. Click rename, and now we get a completely different file. In Kali Linux it does look a bit stupid, it looks weird like it is here, and it doesn't look like it's worked because now I've got exe dot. Don't worry about it. What you need to do is you need to right click, compress, click create, and now we've got car image JPG. We've got a zip, so we can rename this. Click rename. We can remove the .jpeg extension and just have car image.zip. Make sure you go backspace enough so it doesn't do the character. So you got car image.zip. Click rename. So it's still a zip file and it just looks like a normal zip file now. So car image.zip. Inside of here we have car image exe.jpg. Now you can't get rid of that exe, so it can be annoying because obviously if you have the file name's just called car, you'd have car exe.jpg. there's nothing you can do about it, but it can be easily missed by people, so you just have to live with it. So now we've got this zip, we can upload it to our server, which is, it's already done. I'm in var www HTML. Inside here I've got the zip. So let's open it on the Windows 10 machine. Let's go back to the server here, and we called it car image.zip. Click enter. We get car image zip. In fact, let's go back to this. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the server's not started. Wondered why it was acting a bit strange. I just start the service. So service start. Service Apache 2 start. Click enter. It's just going to start the Apache 2 service. There we go. Click enter. Give it a few seconds to actually restart. There we go. So it says, what do you want to do with car image.zip? We want to save it, so just save the zip file. It's compressed. The security scan will just pass it. There we go. Open the folder, and we have a zip. So if you have WinZip installed or WinRAR on your system, then you can decompress it or extract it, usually as it's known as. So what we can do here, we can just extract all. We'll extract it to here. So extract. It's extracting it to a separate folder. Now this is with the basic Windows 10 extraction. But there we go, we've finally transferred the file over. I recommend downloading WinZip or WinRAR on your system just to do this with ease, but we still get the job done. And now we have car image exe.jpg. So if I just drag this inside here and I move this one over here, oh never mind, just leave it there. So this was our original file. So we've done three things now to our original payload. We've binded it to an image, attached an icon, and we've renamed it and spoofed the extension. Because if you look at that now, we've got a preview of an image and it says .jpg at the end of it. So people who are not really familiar with computer systems will look at that and think, hang on, it's just a JPEG file, it looks innocent enough. And then when you click on it, obviously I'm not listening for a connection, so this isn't going to show up, but if we just run it, if we run it anyway, it's going to open up to look like an image, because the image of the Lamborghini will open up as well as the payload will execute. Now it's not going to open here because I'm not listening for a connection, but if we I suppose I could, but let's see how long we're on. 9 minutes here. I think that'll be it for this video. There's no need to actually show you. If I run this as admin, oh, there we go. I wondered why the image wasn't showing up. I thought something was wrong with it, but we got the image. I apologize for this Windows 10 machine being really slow. I need to add another core to it. Let's go back to the Kali machine a second. So I think that should be it. The Windows 10 machine's having a panic attack. It doesn't know what to do. There we go. Come back to life. Breathe. It's only a virtual machine, so that's why it's a bit slow. But as you can see, the image did open up then. Let's try one more time. I apologize a bit about it being really slow. Let's run this as admin this time to see if we actually get the image. There we go. It's opened up a bit quicker. It is quite a large image to render. There we go. We get the image opened anyway, and it looks like an image now because it's got the JPEG extension. So that was it for the video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 15 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part I'm going to show you how to generate an undetectable backdoor. This backdoor will not be detected by any antivirus that's currently on the market. It's quite dangerous, so this is the reason I'm about to say that. This video is for educational and ethical purposes only. I'm not responsible for any damages you cause. Everything is your responsibility. This is for people who are interested in the cybersecurity field and want to know how this is created and made, and also the methods on how to prevent stuff like this. So I've got Terminator up here, and I've split the panel or the terminal in two. The first line of code we need is the GitHub link. So if I paste this, it's going to execute straight away, but it's in the description. So essentially I'll clear this, clear, and go up to. So essentially all I need to do is type this. Oh, not that. Don't know why I didn't clear that. Anyway, it's the same thing. So if I just scroll down here, all you need to do is type git clone and then this URL. So you can type it or go to the description and just highlight it and copy and paste it into the terminal. Click enter and it should in fact clone this repo. So Hercules is the framework's name. All credit goes to the original creators of this framework. All the links for them will be in the description. So once you've cloned this, essentially git clone basically means we're using the git command, and the clone command is essentially fetch every file that's inside this repository, so inside Hercules, and copy it to my local machine. So if we go to our file manager of files, in the home directory, you can see a new folder or file called Hercules. So it's right here for me. You just got to look for it, and then we can go inside this. Next, what you want to do is you want to open the README MD. We'll open with other application. Open it with LeafPad. So if LeafPad isn't here, just click view all applications and find LeafPad in the drop down list. But mine's here, so I'm just going to click on that and open it. So now we can read the README file. If you scroll down, it says here usage, and just above usage is some commands. So we need these two commands. So the next one we need to do is go get and github.com faith, is that faith? No, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Fatty H. I really don't know. I thought it was faith, but it's not. Anyway, this will be in the description as well. So I can just minimize that for now and copy this. If I copy and then paste it inside the separate terminal window, now you can paste it here in the same one, it doesn't matter. If you're using terminal, just the standard terminal application, then you can just keep the same terminal window open, it doesn't matter. I'm just using Terminator, and that has more features than the standard terminal, but it works exactly the same. So once you've typed that and you click enter, it will fetch go get github.com and download it. Once you've downloaded this, and if an error appears, now mostly, or in fact it probably will for the first time installing this, especially this line here, it will say error. I think there's a problem with Go, the Go language created by Google. If you get that error, all you need to do is you need to type apt get install golang. If you type that and install it, so if we click enter, it's going to install the Golang package. It's already installed for me, so that's why it's saying 0 upgraded and 0 newly installed. Once everything's newly installed for you, then you can go, if you click the up arrow twice for me, so it goes back up to that line. If you click enter, it should install it, and when you click enter, it will install really quickly. It only takes a few seconds, and then it will add a new line. So that's when you know it's completed, when a new line appears like this. I'm just going to zoom in so you can see this a little bit better. So essentially what we've done is, if you get an error when you type go get github.com and get color, this one here, then all you need to do is type this new line, and once it's installed you can retype this line here and then it will install correctly. So I'm just going to type clear now because we've got color. The last one we need to do is we need to type go run setup.go, and to do this we need to be inside the Hercules directory. So if we go to Hercules, so if we type cd, in fact I'll type ls so we can see the file. So if we look for Hercules, which is this one here, so we just type cd Hercules, click enter, and then type go. I think it's go run setup. There we go. Go run setup.go. Click enter, it will run the setup, it will install everything like so. Make this a little bit bigger. It's going to clone, and then it will say setup completed successfully. It'll open a new terminal window, and then inside this terminal window, to actually start the framework, all you need to do is type Hercules. Click enter, and then the Hercules framework will start to run. So we can close out of that terminal and close them terminal windows. We can make this one bigger now and zoom in a little bit. In fact, we can't zoom in with this framework, so I'll just make the window as large as possible. I apologize about the text being really small. Let me try and open a new terminal and see if I can zoom in on this Terminator. There we go. It's because it's in the terminal. This one's Terminator, so I'm going to close out of this new terminal window and use Terminator. Now you'll be thinking, why have you just closed the terminal? How do you open Hercules again? All you need to do, because it's installed in the root up here inside this file explorer, if you look, it's in the home, so this is all root, and you cannot change this directory, so you cannot drag this folder out onto the desktop. It's got to stay in the root home directory, so just don't change this directory for this file. And once it's installed, you can literally type Hercules from anywhere in the system. So if I just zoom in and type Hercules, I think it's H, I'm useless at spelling, so Hercules, click enter, and there we go, it runs, and now I can zoom in and out. The reason I couldn't is because it opened an actual terminal window, and it looks a bit stupid now. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, the reason it didn't zoom in was because it opened a terminal window and I haven't set the scroll mouse wheel to zoom in. Anyway, we've got the terminal Hercules framework open now. So let's get started. All we need to do is type generated payload, click 1, so select 1 because this is the index for generate payload. We want to use HTTPS. You can use TCP or HTTP, it doesn't really matter. We use interpretive reverse HTTPS, click 3. Then press enter, or type 3 and then press enter. The AV evasion score is 8 out of 10. We're selecting this payload, so we need to set the L host for this payload. The L host is the IP address of your Kali Linux machine. If you haven't watched how to generate a basic payload in the previous few videos, then I recommend you go and do so, because I'm not going to explain everything here. So it's 192.168.110.128. So to find the IP address of your system, all you need to do is you need to type ifconfig in a terminal window. Click, ifconfig. And if you go up to your ETH0 or whatever wireless card or wireless network you're using, so you might have WLAN 0 if you're using a wireless card, it's iNet. And it's this right here, so that's why I've typed in the hello host, click enter. The L port can be 8080. So for L port, I recommend 8080 or 8081. You can also use 4444 as well. And so decide which one you want to use. Make sure no other device is actually using this port. Click enter. Do you want to add persistence? I can close out of this window here, so I'll close out of that one. Do you want to add persistence? We'll type no. Persistence is basically when they execute this payload on their computer, whether they turn it off and back on, it will still be infected. So obviously that's useful if you want to completely take over their system. Every time they turn it back on, you can listen for a connection again. I'm going to say no for this. Click enter. Migrate function no. Click enter. Here we can enter the name. So the name for this can be not a virus. Click enter. It doesn't have to be called not a virus, it can be called anything you want. We're not going to compress it either. So it's generated the payload, notavirus.exe. And if you go to your, not terminal, open the file explorer again and go back to the home. Sorry, I thought it was inside the Hercules file then. So on the home, you should see a payload. So as you can see here, notavirus.exe. If you look here on the terminal, it says payload saved at home notavirus.exe. So I've got notavirus.exe. And to test if this is undetectable, we'll go on the internet and we'll search for a online scanner. So I recommend using no distribute. So no distribute, click enter. This will not distribute on reverse engineer your file, which is important. Then all we need to do is we need to drag and drop the file into here and click scan. So this will scan for the file, and this is going to scan this file compared to every or the most common antiviruses that are on the market now. I forgot what it's out of. Oh, I think it's 35. There we go. These are the most common antiviruses, the most popular. And we'll see if this notavirus.exe actually bypasses them. Let's have a look. It's just generating it now. It'll load shortly. It does take a little while because it's scanning pretty much every antivirus. There we go. Detected by 0 out of 39. Sorry, it's not 35, it's 39. So it's got a hash, it's got an MD5, and these are undetectable. So if you scroll down, as you can see, it says clean, 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 clean. And it's called not a virus, even though it's a backdoor. So you can listen for a connection. You could send this to a Windows machine. You can upload this, send as a download. You can bind it to an image. You could spoof the extension. So I've got videos for all of them in this course. In fact, that was the previous video. So if you haven't watched them, I recommend you go and do so. But that was it for the video. We've just generated a backdoor that is undetectable by pretty much every antivirus there is. If you look here, Kaspersky can't detect it, McAfee, Bullguard, Bitdefender, even Malwarebytes can't detect it. AVG3, that's a shit one, so it doesn't really matter. And Norton can't even detect it. So there we go. We've just generated a backdoor that's undetectable. Very dangerous virus. Well, it's not a virus.exe, so it's not a virus. But there we go, that's it. We generated one. That's how to. Very simple. If you don't understand the L port and L host, then you're just watching this video because you found it. I recommend going through the course from part 10 or 11, and you will understand it a lot better. Go and watch Listening for a Connection. In fact, I'll put it in the description. So after you've generated the backdoor and it's undetectable, go into the description and find the link for the Listening for Connections, and you will understand the L port and L host a little bit better. So that was it for the video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 16 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to look at something called the beef hook framework. This is just another method on how to actually access a computer. Now, this method doesn't include a payload. Now, you can actually, if you think about this and put everything together from this course, then there's many different ways of using beef and a payload together. I'm going to be making a full hacking demo, putting everything together in one video. It's not going to be in detail, it's just going to show you how you can actually put everything together. But it's important you watch every part of this course so you get an idea. Then you've just got to say to yourself, how could I put this part and this thing together to sort of make one whole method. But if you're on Kali Linux, we can actually get started with this beef hook framework. If you look on the left and you see this icon, it looks like a bull, hence the name beef. You can just click on it. Then it's going to open the terminal and start the beef service. If you just give it a few seconds, it's going to actually generate the beef service, and then it will open the web UI in a few seconds. Just wait and it'll open the UI. This is just the user interface, and it's the beef authentication. So for some reason it's opened this twice, so I can just close one tab, and then it'll ask for a username and password. Now, beef uses HTML, and it is required. So the way that you've got to hook people is that they've got to visit your website. And if we go back to the terminal, you can have a look here. So it says web UI, and it uses a user interface. So this is why it says web UI, and this is it. So there's no command lines, there's no commands that you have to type. It's just all user interface. So it's very user friendly. Next is hook. And this is the most important part. Now, if you don't know web development, then don't worry, because I will go through and explain it in brief detail. But essentially, this is HTML. Now, script, this is called a script tag. Now, a script tag in HTML, anything between two tags will be executed and displayed on the website. Now, in this case, script tags aren't displayed because it's just JavaScript. As you can see here, it's running a JS file, but the script is executed in the background. And this has got to be placed on a website's index page. Now, an index page is essentially just the home page of the website. So if you go to Facebook and the first page you see before you log in, that is essentially the index page, because it links every other page inside the directory of the website together in with backlinks and links to different pages and navigation bar. So what we need to do is we need to get our Apache server running, and we need to go to the directory of it. So like we used for the payloads, it's just our server. So we go to other locations, computer, then we go to var, www, HTML, and the most important part here is the index.html, because we need to add this line of code to our index.html. So if we open this with another program, we'll open it with LeafPad. Now you will see something completely different here. There'll be a long line of different code. It'll be HTML, they'll have some CSS in there. Don't worry about it, just delete everything you see in it. So just press Control, if you press Control A, it'll highlight everything, and then you can just delete it. So you should have a blank index.html page. Now inside here, we need to add our hook. So if we just copy this, copy, paste it in the first line. Then when it says IP, we need to highlight all of this, including the angle brackets. Delete that and type the IP address of your Kali machine. So it's, for me, it's 192.168.110.128. It's going to use port 3000, and it's the hook.js. So every time someone visits this index.html page, they will become a zombie, and we can actually execute commands on their computer. I'm going to save this now, and we can add some HTML to make the website look a bit less suspicious. So let's just add a h1. So this h1 tag is a heading. h1 is the largest heading, so we can say my new blog, and to actually close off a tag you need a / and then h1 again. So you can just copy this, and then we'll add a paragraph tag. So it's the same thing but just p, and we'll say welcome to my new blog, please check it out. There we go. Close it the same way. Then we can save this and close it. So now we've got our innocent HTML page in quotes. Oh, I'm gonna search. There we go. We've also got our payloads inside of here, but the most important part with beef hook is the index.html. So now it's all set up. We just need to log into Beef, and to log in, you just type Beef as the username and Beef as the password. Click login, and it will authenticate. Then you can read a little bit about Beef and the framework, and then the hooked browsers. The most important part is up here. So all the online browsers, and this is the online zombies. So everyone that visits this page, this index page, will actually become a zombie. Now, there's so many different methods on how you can do this. It requires a lot of social engineering. You can clone websites. You could use DNS spoofing, which I'll talk about. So essentially, you don't even need to send them a suspicious link. You can DNS spoof facebook.com, for example. You send them an email saying, please visit this facebook.com, it's not working for me. And then they click on it. It will use DNS spoof and send them to a fake page. It looks like Facebook, but in fact it's got the hook script on it. I'll also show you sending spoof emails. So if you know someone and you know their friend, you could pretend to be their friend and send them an email. The email will be exactly the same as their friends or work colleagues. They won't know any difference. So that's interesting. You can, and the other method is something called man in the middle. That will hook them, and they don't even have to visit any sort of website, but they've got to be on the same network. I forgot to mention at the end of the previous video that if you realize now that all these link together, so it's up to you to find out what's the best for you. So if you like Wi-Fi cracking and you get into someone's Wi-Fi, then you can use Beef and man in the middle. If they are on Facebook, it will hook their browser, and then once you've hooked their browser, you could send them a fake update. They will download this fake update, and it could be your payload. Then you've got absolute full control. You could send them a spoof email that includes a link to a new website, and you say to them, visit this website. They think it's their friend, they click on it, they're hooked. So there's many different things. I will go into more detail once I make more parts, but for now we'll just go through the basics of Beef. So we've got our online browsers here. So now what we need to do is we need to go to the victim computer. We'll go to our server 192.168, click enter, and it just looks like an innocent shitty website. It says my new blog, welcome to my new blog, please check it out. So it looks innocent, it doesn't look anything, you know, suspicious, nothing wrong with it. And now let's say this person walks away from the computer and leaves this up. So if we go back to our Kelly machine, if you notice now, it says online browsers, and we've got a new browser. If we click on that, we can see details about it. It says browser version unknown, and then it's got browser language, it's got the platform. Now this is a little bit shitty. Some of the things on it aren't exactly true. The screen size, it's got the screen size, the date, that's all fine, the IP address, etc. But the most important part of Beef is commands. So this command section, and this is where we can actually execute commands, execute exploits, make fake updates appear for the browser. So it will say, please update your new this browser. There's a new update, a critical update, which is quite interesting. This here, Rider, allows you to see HTTP requests and create them. XSS arrays allows you to see if the page that the victim's on or the zombie's on that is vulnerable to XSS, which is which is cross-site scripting. IPAC is basically a terminal for Beef, so you can just run Beef commands here. Network will give you an overview of the current network, which you can see right here. We'll go back to commands though, and we'll have a little look through these. So if you click browser, you can see you can detect certain things. You can actually see the webcam with this Beef. You can unhook it if you wanted to. You can play sound through their computer, which is quite scary. Yeah, like I said, you can watch the webcam. You can detect if they've got certain applications. You can Spider Eye is interesting, so we'll have a look at Spider Eye just really quick. So you click on Spider Eye, and as you can see, there's a description. So it says this module takes a picture of the victim's browser window. So you click execute, and then if you look at the module results history, click on this one here, command results, and then the image will appear here. Now the image may be quite large, and it may take quite a while to actually view, so we'll go back to that in a second, but the image should appear here. So if we go down to Chrome extensions, you can have a look at some Chrome extensions. You can inject Beef again, you can take a screenshot. Sometimes Spider Eye might not work. As you can see, there's a traffic light system. So if it's red, in fact we could go back to details, I think, of the homepage. If it's red, then I don't think it actually works on their current browser that you've hooked. It depends on what browser, because they could be using Google Chrome, and Spider Eye may work for Google Chrome, but it might not for the what's it called, Microsoft Edge, I believe this is, or I forgot what this browser's called. Internet Explorer, there's a new one called Edge, but I don't use them because they're shit. Anyway, Chrome extensions, we can have a look there. Got debug. I'm not going to go through everything because there's so many. There's exploits. So there's Shell Shock, Cold Fusion. There's many different exploits that you can use. In fact, I'll skip to the most important one. So if we get rid of all them, apart from like the webcam, but it's not recommended that you actually use Beef to actually do any of that webcam stuff. The Payload is much better for that. We'll close out of all that now. We'll go to persistence. So in the browser, that will create a persistence confirm close tab. You can create a foreground iframe. So it will rewrite all the links on the web page to spawn 100% by 100% frame with a source relative to the selected link. We can create a pop under. So another browser node will be added to the hook browser tree. This module creates a discrete pop-up window under the Beef hook. So if we click execute, this is going to be persistent now, because if we go back to the Windows machine, it's blocked a pop-up because this is a local server, so it doesn't usually allow pop-ups. But if we allow once or allow always, and most computers will have a pop-up allowed, this is just hidden in the background, and as you can see, it's persistent now because it's going to keep running this website and it's going to be constantly hooked. Obviously, if the person notices this, then they're probably going to just close it. That's a method of persistence. It's not very reliable though. Phone gap. We can detect phone gap. That's I think phone gap's some sort of app development application. You can upload a file. Yeah, so you can upload any file. You can start recording audio. Social engineering. This is the most important one. So I'll close out of that and close out of persistence. So here is what's most common. So pretty theft. This will ask the user for their username and password using a floating div. I'll show you that in a second. We've got Clippy. This brings up an image and asks the user to do stuff. This is a fake flash update. So this is a fake update for a Flash player. This is the fake notification bar for Google Chrome. So I'm not going to go through everything, but if we click on, let's just click on the IE one, because that's what the victim's using. So let's execute, and if we go back to the Windows 10 machine, it says this website wants to run applet Java from Microsoft Inc. To continue using this website, you must accept the following security pop-up. Click on that, and essentially what that would have done, that would have downloaded the payload, but because we didn't set anything, the actual payload, then it won't download anything. There's a fake notification bar for here. Now these plugin URLs are essentially just the direct download link to your payload. I was just wondering why this one doesn't. Fake notification bar seems. Let's have a look at Google Phishing. I'm not sure why it doesn't actually give you a direct download for that, but it does for them too. Google Phishing. So this plugin uses an image tag to XSRF, the logout button. I'm not really familiar with this one. Let's have a look. Oh, basically it's just a phishing page of Google. Pretty theft. This is a good one. So it asks the user for their username and password using a floating div. So we'll have a look at this. So we'll use Facebook back in grey and the custom logo. So if we click execute and we go back to this browser, as you can see, it says Facebook session timed out. Your session is timed out due to inactivity. Please re-enter your username and password. So they click login. In fact, let's do it. So we'll type test@test.com and the password can be test. Now it's just closed. Go back to here. We click on this. As you can see, answer equals test@test.com and the password test. So that's a good social engineering method, because if people aren't familiar with computers, they will probably panic and actually log into that. Replace videos. This is a malicious Firefox extension again. Simple hijack links, clicks on links to display what you want. Tab nabbing, let's have a look at this. The module redirects to a specific URL after the tab has been inactive for a specific amount of time. So if they leave the computer and go away, then it will redirect to somewhere else. There's a few fake notification ones here, so Firefox extension again. I'm just quite confused why this one doesn't actually have a security pop-up to continue. You must accept it. I'm not exactly sure what this done, but right, user has clicked. I'm not too sure exactly what the point of that one is. Let's have a look if we can actually just execute this on the because the browser's basically using different browsers, but let's see what this does. I'm not actually tested this. Oh, there we go. It's sort of a Firefox update, but it's displayed on the Edge or the IE Internet Explorer browser. So that looks totally just so fake. But like I said, people who don't understand computers will probably install the plugin. So that's a good one to use. And if you think about it now, we could actually put our payload inside of this. And when they click on install plugin, they will download the payload. So that was it for this video. That's just a basic overview. We'll go into more detail in the next part. So if this did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 16 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to look at the basic commands that we can use with Beef. So go to the commands. We've got our victim machine or a zombie still connected to our website, which has the hook on it. So it's still hooked, it's an online browser, and we can actually do some commands. So there's a few basic ones. There's, if you go to browser and then hooked domain, we can create an alert box. So, hacked, it's a bit cringy, but there we go. We execute that, and it sends the execute, and if we go back, it says this site says, hacked. So you press OK. That's a simple alert box. You can do create a prompt dialog box. Attention, please check this out. Click execute. It sends the command, and we go back, and it says, need some info from you, please check this out. So, for example, you could say, please enter your password or something. So that's quite useful. It's very similar to the credentials, which we're going to look at in the next video. Redirect browser. So we can redirect them to a certain website. So if we type in HTTP and then Google, we'll just send them to google.com. Can't speak today. So we've executed it, go back, and it sends them to Google. Sorry you didn't see it redirect, but as you can see, it's gone straight from that hooked browser to Google. So that's a simple redirect. We can deface the website. So overwrite a particular component of the hooked page. So you have to use jQuery selector. And let's just execute and see if this actually works. But I don't think we don't have a header tag inside this website or the HTML page, so that's not going to actually do anything. It's useful to know though. You can replace content. So let's click execute and see what this does. It sends the command. We go back to the victim, and it says Beef. So it literally actually does deface the website that they're on. So you could change this and say hacked by, and then your name or alias. Go back to the website, and you can change the content. What else is on here? Webcam. Play sound. Not going to show you that. The webcam, don't have a webcam connected, so I can't actually show you that working. Detect pop-up blocker. So it detects it if it's enabled, so let's execute, check the result. It's not actually, oh there we go. Pop-up blocker enabled equals false. Spider eye, so let's execute spider eye and see what they're viewing right now. Click command 3, execute it. Sometimes this does work and sometimes it doesn't. As you can see, command 2 worked, and that was when I was testing it before, but you get a screenshot of what they're looking at on the website. If you click re-execute command, I think it may work. So re-execute command 3, which is the latest one. And let's have a look at the results. No, it's still not loaded. I don't recommend using spider eye. The main reason for this beef is because you can send, if you spoof everything and you spoof a DNS, you can send them to this for them to download your payload. It's a very good way of socially engineering people to download the payload. So I wouldn't recommend using everything, that's in beef. There's just a few good ones. So I recommend the prompt dialog box, the redirect, and also, well, webcam can be useful. Play sound, it's just more of like a troll type thing. We can close out of that, and then social engineering is the most important because there's a load of useful ones here. So pretty theft, I've showed you that. It didn't go into much detail, but I'm going to show or make a different video for this. So I've showed you the fake notification Clippy. This is a good one. So it's very similar to the fake notification bar, except it says your browser appears to be out of date. So if we execute this, go back, you can see it appear down here. So your browser appears to be out of date. Would you like to upgrade it? Now the reason it's showing up like that and it looks a bit stupid is because we haven't actually added any images. So Clippy image directory, and we haven't put the payload into the executable direct download. Just useful stuff to know. We can detect Tor if they're using Tor. Miscellaneous. Google search. So we can search Google with a query without them actually being on Google. That's Metasploit. I've showed you some of them. Let's have a look here. Detect Google desktop. So you can detect Bitdefender. I don't really know what the point of that is. And get internal IPs. So that's a few of the basic commands. If you need any help with beef, then just leave a comment and I'll be happy to help. But I'm going to make a video shortly on a hacking demonstration, and I'll show you. In that video will be the main purpose of beef. Essentially all it is for either stealing, using pretty theft and stealing the password and information for Facebook, and also the fake notification bars for them to download your payload. So that was it for this video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 18 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to actually combine our payload and beef hook together. So we're going to gain full access over someone's computer using beef and our payload together. This is very effective, and it's also very useful because this beef hook is like an access point, and then our payload or our rootkit will be uploaded to the server, or the victim's computer in this case, which will give us full access because that will have persistence, etc. Plus there are more commands that you can do with a payload than you can't with beef. So I'm going to keep this terminal window open because this is the beef terminal window. I'm going to open Terminator, and I'm going to start Hercules because we need to create our undetectable payload. So I'm going to type Hercules. This will start the Hercules framework. We're going to generate a payload. We'll generate reverse HTTP. Doesn't really matter which one, as long as the one that you use works for you. So 192.168, this is my server's IP address, 110.128. We're going to use 8080 for the port. We're going to we're not going to add persistence in this case. Just for demonstrational purposes, we're not going to add migration. And this can be called update. So it's going to just compile it. We're not going to compress it. There we go. It's been created, or it's compiled into update.exe. So this is our payload. This payload has been generated to our root directory, which is right here. Here's the file. So I'm going to open a new window. I'm going to go to our servers directory, which is in root var, and then www.html. Then I'm going to upload our payload to this server. There we go. So we've uploaded our payload. We've got our client, or zombie, hooked because this victim machine is still on our blog. So it's on our blog, which is on the server, and it has the script already on this website. So we can let's use a fake notification bar. So we'll go to social engineering, not persistence, and we'll use fake notification bar Firefox. Inside the plugin URL, we need to have the direct download link for our payload, which was called update.exe. So we need to type http 192.168 again. This will be different for you, obviously. And then at the end of the last IP, or the last digit of your IP address, you need to type /update.exe. This depends on what you called it. So I called it update.exe, so I'm going to type update.exe here. Yours might be called new, it could be called new update, in fact. Anything you wish, as long as you got a direct download for it. So essentially this URL is going to our server, but then it's trying to access this standalone file. I'm going to change the notification text to critical update required. I'll type please update to continue using this browser safely. Then I'll click execute. We go to our victim's computer, it will say critical update required, so they panic and then they end up clicking on install plugin. It's going to install update.exe. We'll go back to our Kali machine and we'll open a new, well, we'll split this horizontally, and I'll start MSF console. Oh, console, make sure you spell it right. This will start the MSF console. In fact, I can close out of that now because we've already created our payload with Hercules. Don't need this window open. Make it less complicated. Close this terminal window. There we go, it's starting the Metasploit firmware console, because we don't want to run this just yet because we're not listening for a connection on the same port and the same host. So we'll just wait for Metasploit to actually start. In the meantime, you can send something else, or you could listen to their webcam and see what they're doing. See, there's different camera exploits. We could redirect them to a different website now, as long as they install this update. So let's incorporate pretty theft, and we'll get the Facebook just to show you how you would sort of use this. So we'll just execute this, go back to our browser, and then they enter our username at facebook.com, and then they enter their password, which is password. We click login, we go back, and we should have user at facebook.com as the username and password as password. So we got their Facebook, and they're about to run our payload, but we need to listen to it, so we need to use the exploit. So it's exploit multi, and then handler. Use the multi-handler module. Then we need to set the payload. We'll set this payload to Windows interpreter reverse underscore HTTP, because that's the one we used for the payload when we generated it. We need to set the L host to our IP address of the server, the local server, the Apache 2 server, 192.168.110.128. We'll set the L port 8080, I believe it was. Let me just, oh, I think I've closed it, but I think I used 8080. Click enter. If I haven't, I will change it. and then we'll show options to make sure everything's updated. There we go. Now we can just type exploit, click enter, and we'll listen for a connection on the reverse HTTP handler. So we've started the HTTP handler. Now if they run this file, it's fully undetectable by antiviruses, by the way, so no antivirus will actually pick this up. Windows protected your PC. Now this is not an antivirus message. Windows Defender will automatically remove and delete a virus. So this is not an antivirus message. And this is just it's just a notification to the user that this application has an unknown publisher. It's not very commonly downloaded, and that is the reason they're getting this message, but it's not an antivirus message, so it's important to understand that. So we're just going to click run anyway, and if we go back to our Kali machine, we can see that we've actually got a Meterpreter session opened. So now if we type sysinfo, we've got full access to the computer now. Beef is pretty much done its job. We can actually just close out of Beef now, as they could end up going off Beef, so they could go to Google. They go to Google and Beef is no longer usable. But now we've got our payload or rootkit installed to the computer or server, so we can take a screenshot, see where it is, or see what they're actually doing. So it's saved to our root, which will be in here. And what's it saved under? YD. There we go. It's this one here. So I've got a screenshot of their desktop. So you can see what they're doing. Now this attack and all these videos are on the same network. So these computers connected to the same Wi-Fi spot. I can't show webcam because I don't have one connected, but we can type, I believe it's help. I think it might, there we go. Password database commands, we can hash dumps the contents of the SAM database. Let's have a look what we can actually do. Yeah, there's the record microphone, the webcam list, webcam chat. I don't know what that does. We can play a video stream. Right, we'll go up. We can start a key scan, so we can start caption caption keystrokes. So it's a keylogger basically. We can also kill certain processes. So there's loads of different things now. We've got basically our rootkits uploaded. So let's start a key scan underscore start. So if we go down to the bottom of this terminal, we'll type key scan underscore start. It's starting this keystroke sniffer. So it started it. And then if we go to, let's go to Facebook. We click enter, we go to Facebook, we log in. I'm not going to actually log in, but we'll type test again. So test 123 at gmail.com, and the password will be 123456. Click login. That's obviously not going to work. Facebook's going to say that's not an account. Okay, that was an actual account. What? Wait, provide your date of birth. Oh, okay, I did not actually know that this was a real account. Okay, that was quite strange. So test at gmail.com 123456 is actually a Facebook account. Well, there we go. We've just keylogged anyway, so we'll better stop because we'll have too many. Now let's have a look what it was to stop it. So it's key scan underscore stop, which makes sense because we started it with start. There we go, we stopped, and we'll just dump it now. So we'll dump everything we know. It's dumped it. Oh, incorrect function. Was it dump? Key scan underscore dump. That should have actually saved. I'm not too sure why that hasn't saved it. It's key scan underscore dump. I'll have to find out why that's not working, but you can get the idea. Let's try it again. It's failed. Okay, I'll have a look at this. I'm not sure what the problem is, but I think you get the idea. We do have full control over the computer. We can kill processes. We can do many different things. If we type kill, let's see what happens. So kill, and then yeah, the PID PDI, sorry. Basically, that's like using the what's it called, task manager, so you can just kill certain applications. I think we did we stop that key sniffer? I'm just wondering why it hasn't actually dumped them. I will find out the reason for that though. You'll find the explanation in the description. But that's it for the video. So we've got full access over this computer. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 19 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at a different method on how to hook a target machine to our Beef framework. So this doesn't require the actual user. So it's a good thing about this method is that it doesn't actually require a user to connect to your website with the script in the HTML or the index.html. If you remember correctly, we had to put this inside our index.html that was on our local server, and when they visit that URL, in this case it was just our IP address, then they automatically were hooked. But for computers on the same network, we can actually use something called man in the middle F, and essentially this will just inject the hook.js file directly to their system or their server, the computer, and it will hook it automatically. This doesn't require them to visit any sort of website. They could be browsing Facebook, YouTube, any news company, it doesn't really matter. I should say news website. They will be hooked, and then you can still use it like normal. You can execute commands, fake updates, make them download your payload, etc. There's downsides to this though. They have to be on the same network. I will show in the future how to make Beef work outside of your local network. But you can imagine this being like a public Wi-Fi spot, your own fake access point, and people connect to it. Then you could use this method to actually hook them without them even knowing it. So there's a few things you need. And in the terminal, I've opened up Beef. So I've got Beef and I've logged in. I've got no online browsers and no offline browsers. And all you need to do is type root n. So root-n. This will show routing table, and the gateway is the most important part. So where it says destination 0.0.0.0, the gateway IP address is important. So keep a note of that. In this case, for me, it's 192.168.110.2. We also need the IP of the target machine or target computer. Now, in a situation where you're in a public Wi-Fi spot, then you wouldn't be able to go over to that person's computer and type CMD and find out their IP address. You would have to use something like Nmap or AutoScan, which I will show in this course. But for now, we're just going to go to the target machine. We're going to open CMD, and we're going to just get the IP address manually. So you just type ipconfig inside CMD, and it's right here. The default gateway is also displayed, so you can see that they're both connected to the same router, which is important, otherwise it wouldn't work. So now we've got everything we need. We've got the IP address of the target machine, the gateway, and we also know our Kali machine's IP address. So I'm just going to open Terminator, and we can actually start with the man in the middle F, poisoning, ARP poisoning. So let's make this a little bit larger so you can actually see. And what we're going to type here is not in capitals, MITMF for man in the middle F, hyphen ARP hyphen spoof. So every command starts with two hyphens, apart from this one, which is hyphen I, ETH0, because I can't type. There we go. Now this could be WLAN 0 for you. It depends on what Wi-Fi card you're using. So if you type ifconfig and you're using WLAN 0 to connect to your Wi-Fi using a wireless card, an external wireless card, then you would type WLAN 0. In my case, I'm using ETH0, so I'm going to type ETH0 here. It's also wired connection because it's using the host machine's wireless card, and when you use a virtual machine, it uses a bridged connection, so it acts as a wired connection between the virtual machine, because virtual machines are standalone computers, and it's acting as a separate machine but using the same internal wireless card. That's why it's bridged, and that's why it's a wired connection, but the host machine is using a wireless connection. So we got ETH0. Then we need to specify the gateway. The gateway starts with 2 hyphens. Then the gateway IP, which I just showed you. On the CMD, it's 192.168.110.2. So we just need to type that in, 192.168.110.2. Then we need to specify our target, so it's targets, and the target IP address, which was 168.110.129. Then hyphen HSTS. Then we need to specify our method and what we want to do with this. So it's inject, because we want to inject a certain code. In this case, it's just JavaScript, so it's inject -JS -URL. And then it's just our beef. Our beef hook is a JS file called hook.js. So if we go scroll up on this terminal, you can see here it says hook, and it's this right here in between the 2 double quotes. We just need to copy this and paste it here. Then we just need to change the IP. So where it says IP, you want to get rid of the closing brackets, the angle brackets, and the word IP, and then type your IP address of the Kali machine. So in my case, it's 192.168.110.128. So now it's going to inject this script, JavaScript, directly into their browser, whatever website they visit. So man in the middle F, ARP spoof, and then we've got a gateway, a target. We're going to inject our hook.js, click enter. Now if you get an error saying it's not installed, I'm going to show you something. So I'm going to split this horizontally while that just starts. You need to type apt-get install, man in, it's MITMF, man in the middle F. So if you click enter, it will start fetching the packets. I've already installed it, obviously, because it's running up here, but you just let it install, click wide so it could use up the space, and that's when you know it's installed. Now there's a few other commands, there's 2 more. This will prevent any errors from showing up because it's very buggy and glitchy and some random errors can appear. If you go to the description, type them in or copy and paste them into your terminal line by line. Do the first one. It's quite a lot. It installs everything that's required for man in the middle F, which is on the GitHub repository that's in the README file. And then there's something else called Twisted. It's pip install Twisted. That will make sure everything works correctly. So once you've done that, I can just close out of that now, and we can go back to our man in the middle F. So everything's set up. Don't worry about this error if you get it. It's just going to start on a different IP address and different port. So we can go to our target machine and say this person goes to their browser. Bear in mind they're on the same network, but this could be a local public Wi-Fi spot, and they could go to bbc.co.uk. So they want to see the news. They go to bbc.co.uk. It works perfectly. Oh, I typed too many W's, so remove one W, and it will send them to bbc.co.uk. Now it does take a little bit longer than usual, but they do get there. Even though it doesn't look like the BBC website, it's because it's using up internet, bandwidth and such, so it doesn't load everything. But they still get to the website. They could go back to Bing, they could go to any sort of website, and if we go back to our Kali machine, you can see here that this is what the man in the middle F is actually injecting. So that's why it's taking up some of the internet bandwidth and reducing the speed, hence why it's not fully loading all of the CSS, but still works. They still get to BBC. They might think, oh, the internet's just a bit slow. It's understandable for some public Wi-Fi spots. They can still click on this like normal, so it can prove it's the actual website. So we'll have a look, 7 reasons why we love Stephen Hawking. So here we go. This is 7 reasons why we like him for some reason. And we'll go back to our Kali machine. So as you can see here, it's starting all this spoofs. So we can leave that running. And if we go back to our beef, you can see we've got a hook. We've got 2 hooked browsers, in fact. I apologize about that car beeping its horn. But we've got two hooked browsers. The same thing. It's because we keep going to different websites and it's just going to keep rehooking it. So what we'll do is we'll just go back to BBC and leave it as that. So that's just going to take a while to load. Now, obviously, because it's taken so long to load, people might get a little bit suspicious, but it still works. It still opens. They just will think the internet's a little bit slow because this is taking its toll on the internet. But we've still got a hooked browser, as you can see, through bbc.co.uk. And this is our target machine. So if we can do some commands, we'll just do some basic ones like alert. And we'll create an alert box saying, sorry, you have been hacked. Obviously you wouldn't say that to the person, but let's just execute it and go back to our target machine. The site says, sorry, you have been hacked. And we'll also take a screenshot of the desktop. Let's see if Spider Eye actually works. I'm not sure if this does, but here we go. Execute. We've got our previous command here. Let's re-execute it and see if it works. Now, if it doesn't, then that's because Spider Eye is actually quite shit. But you can use your payload. But you get the idea. We've essentially hooked the browser now. We've got full control of the computer once we upload or they download our payload. But there's so many things we can do with this. We could steal their information. You just have a look through here. Fake notification bars, make them download certain things. We can steal their credentials. So let's just steal some Facebook credentials. Here we go. So they might have Facebook opened. Now, if you're clever about this, you could see that this target computer, if you take a screenshot, now Spider Eye is a little bit iffy, but if it does work for you, then you could see if they're actually logged into Facebook, and then you could display this message. So in a way, it's more realistic, because if they're on bbc.co.uk and they're not actually on Facebook, then this looks a little bit strange. But we'll type test@gmail.com, password, click login, and it steals the credentials. So we go to the previous command module. There we go. So there's the email and there's the password. So that's it for the video. That's a man-in-the-middle ARP poisoning attack. It does have its benefits. Like I've said, they don't have to go to a hooked browsers or hooked website. The only disadvantage is that this will only work on local connections, local networks. But that's it. So if it did help, please leave a like. Comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 22 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, I'm going to discuss the directory commands within the interpreter. I haven't discussed this, and I think it's important for the next part because I already created it, but it didn't really make sense throughout the course because I was talking about uploading and downloading files. I originally had that for part 22, which I uploaded, but now it's gone down because it doesn't make any sense. And I showed you how to upload and execute, upload and execute files to the target computer. But I need to go into more detail about the directory system. So once you've got a connection on your reverse HTTPS or HTTP, I've got a connection going, so I've already created the payload, I've listened for a connection, and I've executed the payload on the target computer. So the target computer in this case is this Windows 10 virtual machine. It's already on my local server, and I've downloaded the payload and executed it. That's why I've got a connection. So if you can't remember how to do this, just go back and watch Gaining Full Access with Interpreter. I think it's part 20 or 19, I'm not too sure. It will be in the description, a link for it. If you can't remember how to actually set this up correctly, go and watch that if you don't know. If you do, great, just set everything up and then you can continue. So once you first get a connection and you type sysinfo, this just gives you basic information about the computer. So since we've basically unloaded the payload and the payload took control of this system, we can manipulate the directories. So if you type pwd, click enter, as you can see, this is the directory we're currently in. And this is because this is where the payload is basically stored. And this is the directory we're in on the computer. But you can manipulate this. So if you type cd, and let's say we want to go into we'll go into the users directory first. So you just type cd to cd into somewhere, basically just go to this directory. It's the C drive. And then what you need to do is you need to type two backslashes, and click enter. It's important to have two backslashes because it won't work otherwise. Like on the normal directories, so if we go over to our target machine, we go to just the file explorer and we go to our desktop through the C drive, users, i.e. user, which is this user account desktop. And if I go up to the address bar here, as you can see, it's just got one backslash between each thing, but within Meterpreter you need two. So if I type ls now, as you can see, it's listing everything in the C drive. So this is where we are currently in their computer. As you can see, there's program files in 86. So if we go to our file explorer and the target machine, we're currently here. As you can see, it corresponds to each thing that we're looking at. So we want to go into the users, so you can just type cd users, click enter. Now we're in users, type ls to list everything in that directory. There we go. This is every user on the computer. So this is very useful to know, because if you target a computer and you don't know your way around their directory, because it could be completely different, they could have completely separate folders, they might not have a users folder, they might not have a Windows folder, they might not even have a C drive, everything might be stored on a F drive. It's the same thing, you can find your way around their computer's directory, and this is important for the next part when uploading and downloading files, because you can't actually go to the target's computer and just, you know, go up to the address bar in the file explorer and copy the directory. It's not as easy as that, because you won't have access to the computer's file explorer. So now we're in the users directory, as you can see here. So let's just cd into IE user, click enter, and then what we want to do is we just want to go straight to the desktop. Now you can type ls, but I know I just want to get to the desktop, so I'll just type cd desktop. So if I type ls, and it lists everything on their desktop. So if we go back to the computer, this is the target one. As you can see, there's this text file EULA, and as you can see here, it's right there. So now we're on their desktop, and that's essentially the way around their computer. So it's very basic. You just need to know the ls for listing the commands, and then the cd. You've got to make sure when you're typing as well. So when you first type the cd command, you want to use two backslashes. You'll find out more about this when uploading and downloading files. So, right, what we'll do now is we'll make a directory. So there's two ways of doing this. So you can just do it directly through Meterpreter by mkdir and then type the name of the folder. Now this creates a folder. So we'll say made with terminal. So mkdir made with terminal, and now because we're already in this directory of C users, IE user, and the desktop, it will create this folder on the desktop because that's where we are currently. So you click enter, it's creating the directory. So if we go to the target machine, as you can see, there's a new folder on the desktop made with terminal. So that's a very basic thing to do with the make directory essentially. If you type dir, it lists everything, so it's the same as ls. Now I'm going to show you an execute command. So I'm going to talk more in detail with this in like the next video. I'm going to show you how to upload, download, and execute files, but I'll just show you an execute now. So once you get to a certain point in their directory, like on the desktop, it doesn't matter where, you can execute their CMD. Now when you execute their CMD, it essentially will, I don't want to say upload, but you can execute their CMD commands through your terminal. So essentially you own the CMD. It's like you just open in CMD and type in CMD commands, except they don't know that you're doing it. So if you type execute, so this is just the execute command. So don't worry, I'll go into much more detail with execute, upload, and download in the next part. But we'll just type execute -F because you need F to start every execute command to list the name of the application that you want to execute. So you type cmd.exe, and then you want to type -h -i with a lowercase I. The H is so it's hidden from the process, because if I remove that H, then when we go to the target machine, it will actually open CMD, and the person who's using this computer will see that CMD is just open. So we don't want that, which is why this command is so powerful, because the person won't even know CMD is open. So execute -f CMD, click enter, it will execute CMD. And now, because we typed -i, we're attached to the process, so we're automatically using CMD. So as you can see, it says Windows version, and this is what it looks like when you open CMD. And if we go to the target machine, there's no evidence or trace of CMD being open. So we just scroll down, as you can see, there's no CMD. So close out of that. So this person doesn't know that CMD is used. And we're automatically in the CIE users desktop directory. And that is because we were already in it through the Meterpreter session. So depending on where you are with Meterpreter, it depends where it will open in the CMD. So we're already on the CMD or the desktop through CMD, because if I type ls, this is using CMD commands now. So this is Windows commands. As you can see, this lists all the things on the desktop. So there's the folder that we made. You can do the same thing again. So if I type mkdir, which is the same command, make directory, and it'll say this is made with CMD. Click enter, and it will make that folder. If we go back to our target machine, there we go. We've got two folders now, and this one's made with CMD. So we're using this CMD. So if you type help, I can prove this, because if I type help and wait, as you can see, these are CMD commands. There's task kill, there's make link, make directory, move. These are all most of these, like color, for example, that's a CMD command, and we're using this on a Kali machine through our terminal. So this is why it's so powerful, because now we essentially have CMD. We have access to absolutely anything. We can upload files, execute them, upload ransomwares, execute them, download certain files from their desktop. All of that will be in the next video. So hopefully this just gave you a better understanding of how to work around the desktop. If you're in the CMD command command prompt on the terminal, because now we're in the users directory, desktop directory, if you want to change out of it, you can just type cd, and then if you type cd, then we go to the desktop. You can type cd, go back to the C drive, so you just type C, and then we'll type C:, click enter. Sorry, not C:, you need the, if you type cd, C:, and then the //, click enter. It's important to always have the backslash, two backslashes together, as you can see now, to work, because they're never. So whatever it says here is where you are in the directory, and this is on the CMD one, not the Meterpreter. So let's type ls. Now this will spam a lot because we're in the C drive. There we go, we've got program files again, and we can make directories, delete directories, etc. So we can essentially destroy the machine by deleting system32. Now if you wanted to exit out of this, you just type exit, because we're inside the CMD terminal. So we want to exit out of that and get back to Meterpreter. So you just type exit, and there we go, we're back to Meterpreter. So now if we type ls, as you can see, we're still on the desktop. Even though we changed in the CMD to the C drive, we're still in the Meterpreter session, basically in the Meterpreter window, we're still on the desktop. So think of the CMD and the Meterpreter as two separate command terminals. But the only thing is when you start with the Meterpreter and you locate to a directory and then open the CMD by executing it, then it will open in that directory, which I showed you before. Just to go over it one last time, before we opened or executed CMD, as you can see here, we were already in this directory, and that's why when we typed ls, it's because we were in the same directory again. There. So hopefully you understand that. You can just type exit to get out of it. Now we're back in the Meterpreter session, type sysinfo again, and you're back to the start. So hopefully that gives you a better understanding of how the directories work and how you can execute the CMD to get better commands. So that's it for this video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to part 24 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at the upload, download, execute, how to edit files, and also a few directory commands. So leading on from the following video, we talked about the directory commands, and once you've got your payload executed on the computer and essentially you've hacked the computer, then it stores it in a location on the computer C drive in a random directory. So if I type ls, this is where the payload is currently stored, as you can see, backdoor.exe. And this is the target computer. So let's imagine they've opened this, we've basically unleashed the payload on their system, and we've taken it over. So now we've got a interpreter session, we can execute commands on their computer, such as see their webcam. But what happens if you want to explore the computer's hard drive and the way it's set up? So what I mean by that is, so you can see files, you could see maybe even private information, you get the idea. But as you can see right now, we're currently in the C drive, the users, i.e. user, the app data, and then local, and it's a random directory. This is no good to us because, well, obviously you can't see any files. The only file we can actually see inside this directory is our payload, so that's useless. But what we can get from this, which is quite useful, is that we already know we're in the C drive. So the C drive is where the users are stored. So that's a good bit of information. Now this could be the F drive, it could be the G drive, it doesn't really matter, as long as you can find the user's profile or the user's directory. Then inside users, we already know now that there's a user called IE user. So that's useful information to know. So if you type cd, now you should be familiar with this from the previous video, but you type cd and we want to go straight to the C drive. So just straight to the C drive, what you do is you type C:, and then 2 backslashes. So it's important to remember that when changing drives, so say they have 5 different drives, an F drive, G drive, A drive, etc. Then when changing drives, you need to add 2 backslashes. If I just add a 1 there, it wouldn't work. So you definitely need 2. Click enter. Nothing will happen, but it will change the directory, because if you type ls to list everything, as you can see now, we're listing everything in the C drive. So we can see program files, so we could go inside that if you wanted and delete the whole system. But the most important part here is users. So we want to go inside the users, and because we already know that there's a user called IE user, we'll go to the desktop. So there's a few different ways you can actually go about this, and it's important to know. So if you type cd to go into a different directory and then just type users, you notice we don't need any / backslashes, anything like that. You can just click enter and it will take you straight there. So when moving forward in directories, so you have a starting point and you go into another folder, and another folder, the way cd command works, you don't need any backslashes. The only time you do need them is when going from one folder, say like right at the start, to the last folder, if that makes sense. So think about going from the C drive straight to the user's desktop. So I'll just show you this way first. So now we're inside the users, so you can list everything inside the users folder. And we already know that piece of information, that IE user exists. So we'll go inside that folder. So to do so, you just type cd IE user, click enter. Now it's not case sensitive, so it doesn't matter. As you can see, they used a lowercase u, but it doesn't matter because if I type ls, as you can see now, we're inside the users directory. So we can see this person's desktop. Now they might have many different users, but in this case, let's just pretend this is the main user and the admin. So now we can go to their desktop because we can see here. So all you need to do is type cd desktop. If you press tab, sometimes it auto completes it for you. Click enter and we'll go straight to the desktop. Now we can list everything on the desktop. Now they don't have much, but as you can see, they've got secret files. So this is a folder with secret files in it. So this is just for demonstration purposes only, obviously. As you can see, I've created this folder on the target computer, but you wouldn't be able to see everything on their desktop from their computer because obviously you're not using their computer, if that makes sense. You can't just click on their file explorer and have a look at their directories. The only window you've got is this. So when you've got your target computer set up, this is a good way to learn how the directories are set up, because now you know they've got a secret files folder. You wouldn't know this otherwise from the very start. So now we can go inside the secret files folder, and this is important because have you noticed this has got a space in between it? So there's a few things you need to do differently. You only need to include 2 speech marks around the name of the folder to be able to enter it, because the spaces act as a character, so you need to compensate for them with wildcards. So let's say we want to go inside this secret folders or secret files folder. So you type cd, and then you need to add a double quote, type the name with the space, and then close double quote. So it's just 2 double quotes around the name of the folder. Click enter. Give it a second, and then you can type ls. So now everything's listed inside here. So as you can see, there's a text file called bank. So this could be useful information to have. Now we can get onto the upload, download, and execute. But first I want to show the other method of the directory because it's important to know. So we already know that we can go straight into this folder. So to speed up, you can just copy this, and say you type cd and go back to the C drive. So now we go all the way back to the C drive again. You want the backslashes. There we go. So we're straight back to the C drive again. But we already know this directory exists because we've already been there, but we'll just copy it and paste it for speed. But if you remember from the start, I said that you're going from one folder to the last folder, so you're skipping directories. This is the only point where you need to include double backslashes. So as you can see, there's 1 in between each one here, so you need to add 2. It's the only difference. Now, it depends which method you prefer. Obviously, you need to know the directories to be able to do this one. It's like a shortcut because you go from one folder right to another within this system, but you need to know the directories, and the only way you can do that is by going through each one individually, typing cd, then the name, then going through it like so. But this is just for speed. So if we want to get straight to the IE user, all you would need to do is type up to there, and you will get straight into the users folder. But we already know that secret files exist. We're inside the C drive, and you click enter, give it a few seconds. Oh, apologies, I forgot to add the double quotes. So you need to just add the double quotes around the file with the space in between. So this essentially is for spaces, symbols, etc. Now, I don't think symbols are allowed, but it's spaces now, because not every folder is going to have just one word. So it's important to remember the double quotes. So we'll click enter again. Apologies about that. Click, in fact, type ls, and we're straight back in the secret files folder. So it's important to remember when jumping directories, you need to add double slashes, and when going through them individually to find out where directories and folders are, you can just type cd desktop, cd users, cd or C drive, cd users, cd the user's account, then cd desktop, like we done in the beginning. But now we can just jump directories if you know them. So from the start here, if we go back up, I could have just jumped straight into the users folder because I already knew it exists, the IE user, by copying it, adding 2 backslashes and typing cd at the start. Exactly like I done down here, except we went straight into the secret files. So it's important to know that, just remember them certain things. But now we've got this bank.txt. So let's get on with actually uploading, downloading, and executing. So if you wanted to read this folder, this text document, and type cat, then the name of it, with the extension, click enter, and as you can see, it basically dumps everything inside of that text document. So account number 696969, password, my secret password, and pin. So we go to our target computer, we open this folder. As you can see, everything corresponds. So you can read files without them knowing. It doesn't open a text document or anything on their computer either. So that's how to read a file. Say we wanted to upload something to this directory. Now the same thing applies again with uploading, downloading, and executing. So because we're already inside this directory, similarly with cd, just desktop cd users without any backslashes, the same thing works with upload. So let's see if I've got any files that we can upload to their computer. So let's just click on let's see what I can use here. I'll just click on resources, go to home. Let's see what I can upload. Right, I'll upload this picture. So this is a screenshot of the webcam from my live hacking demonstration. So I'll just upload this picture into the secret files folder. So they won't even know that it's been uploaded to them. So you just need to type upload, and this is because we're already inside the directory of the secret files. So there's no need for any backslashes. However, if you were in the C drive and you wanted to upload this file directly to the secret files, then you would need the backslashes. It's exactly the same here when we wanted to basically go directly to the same secret files folder. So upload, and then the name of the file, so pic.jpg, and you can just click enter. There we go, it's uploaded. So if we go to our, in fact we can type ls, and as you can see now there's pic.jpg. So if we go to our target computer and open this, as you can see now pic.jpg has been uploaded, and they wouldn't even notice. So that's how to upload files. Now it can be absolutely any file sorts of thing. It can be an application, PDF. Just make sure you type the right extension. If you were in the C drive, so I'll show you an example just to make sure you understand it, because this can be a little bit confusing at first. But let's go back to the C drive, so CD, and we'll go back to the C drive. Sorry, there we go. Click enter. Now we're back on the C drive just to prove we are. Go up here, we're on the C drive. So let's say we wanted to upload the pic again, but we need to rename it because it's already up there. So I'll rename this to pic2.jpg, and I'll copy this directory again. In fact, I will copy, where is it? This one, because it's already got the double quote on it. So say we're in the C drive, so we're folders behind. Think of these as just folders, and you go through one folder to the next, to the next, to the end. But we're in the first folder and we want to upload it to one that's right at the end. So we're skipping loads of folders if you think about it, because we're skipping the users folder, the actual users account folder, then the desktop, and then that folder, and we're uploading it within that one. So we're in the C drive, you type upload, and then I'm going to paste that cd command and remove the cd. And then you need to type pic2.jpg or whatever your file is called, so it's JPEG. So upload pic2.jpg, and now we need the C, then we need the actual double slashes between each folder. Then, because obviously secret files has got a space, I need to add the double quotes. The difference is, obviously up here when I just typed upload and pic.jpg is because we were already inside this directory, but in this case down here we're not. So as you can see, the same thing works for just moving directories, and the same thing works for uploading. So if I click enter, give it a second, there we go, it's uploaded. So let's go back to this directory. Oh, I didn't mean to type cd there. Click enter, type ls, and there we go, there's just pic1. That was the first image we uploaded through just the simple command. So I prefer to use cd all the time, and what I mean by that is this one up here, because when uploading and downloading files it makes it so much easier, and you already understand the directory. So I wouldn't worry too much about understanding which bit is it, all of this, but it's just a shortcut essentially. I prefer to do the very first thing we done, which is you just go through it step by step, and makes it much easier, like so. If you don't understand it, just go through it a few more times. The more you go through it and practice, the easier it becomes. So there we go, we've uploaded. So let's say we want to download this bank.txt. So what you type is, you just type download, and because we're already in the directory, we don't need to type any backslashes. It's just so much easier. Just type bank.txt, download bank.txt, click enter. So we're essentially just copying and downloading to our local directory, our local server, their secret information, this bank.txt. So you can download absolutely any file on the desktop as long as you know the directory of it and you're inside the folder which it is in. So there could be PDFs in it, there could be multiple folders or files on the desktop. Just make sure you're in the right directory when clicking download. Like I said before, if you're in the C drive and you want to download something that's on a user's desktop, then you would need to include the double quote between each one. But this isn't very common because not many people will know the directory, like I said. So download bank.txt. So we've downloaded it. Let's see if we can find it. There we go. All downloaded files will go into your home directory, and as you can see here, we've got a new bank.txt file. Double click it, and there we go. So we just downloaded it from the computer. So that's the download. We've got the upload. Next is the execute. So all we need to do is execute the CMD. Now it doesn't matter where you are in the directories. I'm just going to go back to the desktop. So I'm just going to type CD, go to the C drive, and go straight back to the desktop. So I'll go IE user, because I already understand how it works now. All the directories are set up, so it's just straight into the desktop. So there we go, straight into the desktop. It's a good idea to use both of these methods together for speed. Like I've just shown you, it's very easy to move around now. So we're in the desktop, and all you need to do is type execute. It's important to note that you can type -h next to the command. Sorry, spell that properly. And you get a help guide. So the same thing will work for upload and download. I'd say this is only important for execute though, because you need to execute a few additional commands with it, such as H and I. So you can see what it actually does. So we interact with the process after creating it, and we also create a hidden from view. So this only works with applications. So let's say we want to execute the CMD. So you type execute cmd.exe, make sure you add the extension. So we're executing the CMD, and we want to hide it from view so they don't know it's actually running on their computer, because if you don't type -h, it will actually open as a window on their computer, and that's not a good idea, because they will see CMD is opened and it looks a bit suspicious. And we also want to interact with it. So if you type -h with a capital H and -I, click enter. I keep spelling it wrong for some reason. There we go. Click enter. Oh, sorry, you need -f at the start. It just shows you how long I have used this command in. So it's execute -f cmd.exe -h-I. So click enter. There we go. We've executed the command. So now we're basically using the CMD. And as you can see, we're inside the directory, and it looks exactly like CMD would. Essentially it is CMD, but now we're using it in our terminal window. So we can type ls again. You can type dir for list the directory. And this is exactly the same how CMD would work. And they will not know that we're using their CMD because there's no window open, because we included -h. So let's see what we can do here. So we're already on the desktop, because when we opened the CMD or executed it, we were already in the user's desktop from up here, as you can see. So now we're in the desktop, so we don't need to fiddle with the directories anymore. So let's say we want to go back into secret files. So we'll cd into secret files again. And what we'll do is, even though I've showed you the execute, we'll edit a file. So cd secret files. And we're inside here now, so we should have bank.txt. Let's say we want to edit this bank.txt, or in fact we'll create a text file. So this is creating a file now. So what you do is you want to type echo, and then you need a double quote, and then type what the text should be included in the file. So in this case it's going to be a text file, so whatever you type in between the double quotes is what will appear in the text file. Hello, I have been created with CMD on terminal. I don't know, just anything with Kali. And then you want to end it with a double quote. The reason I'm typing all these symbols wrong is because the keyboard's American, so I need to change the settings within Kali Linux. But let's just change this. You need a space between the last letter. There we go. So it's essentially echo, then a space with the double quote, then a space again. Type what you want inside the text file, and then just at the end, what you need is a space again, then I think it's a greater than. I think it's a greater than sign. I'm not too sure though. Let me just try. There we go. Yeah, it is. So it's greater than, and then you need the name of the file. So it's, let's just call this hack.txt. Now this could be quite scary to people because there'll be files will be created on their computer without them even knowing. So it's echo, hello, I've been created with CMD. There we go, click enter. There we go, it's echoed it back out and been created. Now you can only use the echo command within this CMD terminal, not the Metasploit, so that's important to note. So if we go to our target computer, secret files, there's our pictures and there's hack.txt. Hello, I've been created with CMD on terminal with Cali, and there's the double quotes. So there's many different things you can do with this. They are the most common or the most powerful commands, I think, within this Metasploit. You want to exit out of the CMD terminal, you just type exit. Then we're back to Meterpreter, you type ls, and we're on the desktop again. So you can do multiple different things now. You could download the whole secret files folder if you wanted. But you get the idea. So I think that'll be it for this part. Apologies about it being very long, but it's important to know this. It's good to really understand and useful. So I'll leave it there for now. Please subscribe, leave a comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 21 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at DNS spoofing and why it is so interesting and useful for attacking a computer. So this falls under the social engineering side of things, because essentially the way DNS spoofing works is when a user tries to go to a website, so they go to a URL in Google Chrome or the internet, for example, just types google.com. That is essentially an IP address. There needs to be a translation between an IP address and the URL itself. So when you connect to google.com or google.co.uk, essentially you're just connecting to an IP address. And what we can do is, with DNS spoofing, we can change that IP address that they connect to. So if we change that IP address, we can change it to any single website possible. So when they type in facebook.com or reddit.com and they visit Reddit, what will happen is it will redirect them and they won't even know it, because it will still be in the URL bar that they're on reddit.com. But what will happen is, if we put in our own IP address of our own server, then they will be sent to that. And I think you can figure out from there what you can do with it. Well, let's just get started. If you don't really understand it, it'll make more sense throughout this video. So I'm going to open terminal, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start the Apache 2 server. And if I get the file open for this, so this is the directory of the Apache 2 server. So we've got our payloads here, but the most important part of this is index.html. So I'm going to open it with another application. And what I'll do is I'll open it with LeafPad, and from the previous videos in this course, it's left as my new blog, but I'll change it now to, I'll just add an h1 tag. And inside this h1 I'll put not really Reddit, sorry. So hopefully you'll get the idea of what I'm going to do. I've got a virtual machine running Windows 10, and what we're going to do is we're going to use man in the middle F to actually attack using DNS spoofing, and then when they visit Reddit, it will redirect them to our server. So I'll save that now, close that, and this could work if you're in a public hotspot. It could work if you're connected to your neighbor's router, or if you're in the same house and you're all connected to the same router. You can do this to another device on the same router, so it could be a brother's or sister's laptop, only if you have permission. So this video is for ethical and educational purposes only. Make sure you got permission, or make sure it's your own device that you're testing this on. It's useful, this video, for pen testing. So that now that that's out the way, like I was saying, if this is your neighbor, for example, and you're connected to their router, so you've cracked the key and you've got into their router, you can use this DNS spoofing attack, and then when they visit websites, it will redirect them to your website. Same thing if you were in a public hotspot and say you created a fake access point and people are connecting to your fake access point called free Wi-Fi, similar to my hacking demonstration. So if you haven't watched that, I recommend you go and do so. But if people are connecting to your fake access point, then you could still do the same thing. You could use DNS spoofing and make websites change the IP address of certain websites. So now we've changed the index.html and our server's running. So all you need to do is type service Apache 2 start. That comes pre-installed with Kali Linux. So now we've got that sorted. The next thing we can do is if we open LeafPad, so you just type LeafPad etc man in the middle f man in the middle f.conf for config. So essentially it's just a config file. Then it should open in LeafPad, and if you scroll down to the A records, you should actually see the sprawl.org. So this is just the default one, just leave this. But these are A records. Now you might have a few more, you might even not have any here, as long as you can type them correctly underneath. So if you press enter and then hit tab a few times so the cursor is just underneath the asterisk or the bracket, then you can add different websites. So we can use DNS here. So if we want to use Reddit, now some websites may not work, like Facebook I've had some trouble with. So we'll use Reddit for this example. So if I type asterisk full stop reddit.com, then what we need to do is we need to redirect it to a certain IP address. So we're not telling them, or in a sense we're telling the computers to send back a different IP address of a different website. And because our server's running, what we can do is, if I just split this horizontally, and if you type ifconfig, you can get the IP address of your local server by just getting the IP address of ETH0. So I'm just going to copy this. Now this might be WLAN 0 for you, depending on what card you're using, and if your machine is virtual or not. For me it's ETH0 and this is the IP address. So I'm just going to paste it here. So now when they type in reddit.com, it's going to send them to this IP address instead of Reddit's IP address. The asterisk is a wildcard, so any subdirectory of Reddit will also redirect to this IP address. So if we save this, then the last thing we can do is run the man in the middle F attack. So to do this, you need to type MITMF for man in the middle F, then ARP, then we need to spoof, then specify the type of card you're using. Now this bit might be a little bit confusing. So if you're in public, for example, or even in your own house, and you've got your wireless USB card as a fake access point, so it's acting as a fake router and people connect to it, then what you will need to use is you will need to use WLAN 0 here, or the name of your Wi-Fi card. Because I'm using a bridge connection to my host machine's internal wireless card, which is connecting to the router, then I'm using ETH0. So if you're, to give you a better understanding, if your neighbor has a laptop and you've got your computer and you're both connected to the same router, you haven't got a fake access point, you just directly connected it to their router. Then you would use your wireless card, so your internal wireless card, which could be called ETH0, it might not be, you just have to type ifconfig and find out. Then you need to specify the gateway. So if you open your terminal and type ARP-A, then you can find out your gateway. Now, depending on if you're using this as a virtual machine, as a dual boot on your laptop or computer, or using a wireless card. So if I enabled my wireless card and connected to my router instead, doing it that way, then my gateway will change, even though I'm connected to the same router. The only reason my gateway is different is because this is a virtual machine connected to a bridge connection. So if I was to disconnect and go up here and connect my Wi-Fi with my USB adapter, then my gateway would change. However, you'd still be able to attack their computer because they're still connected to the same router, except they're not connected to your fake access point. So there's a few things you need to look out for. If one thing doesn't work, just change it to the next. There's not many other different things you can actually change. So once you've got your ETH0 or your WLAN 0, depending on what you're using, then if you type the gateway, so you just need to copy this here. Now, like I said, it could be different, and this will be different for you because this is the IP address of my router. Excuse me. So just type in ARP-A and find out the gateway. Then you need the target IP address, so you can find that through sniffing, or you could find it through like Wireshark, etc. Then you need HSTS, and then the last command is DNS. So all the commands are with 2 hyphens, except the I to specify what type of card we're using. So once we click enter, so if we click enter on this, we get man in the middle F. We give it a few seconds and it should start to load. There we go. So now we're using a DNS attack. I'll close out of this terminal. And if we go to our target machine, now this is the IP address here of my target machine. So just to prove that, I'm going to type CMD. Then I'll get CMD up, and if I type ARP-A, as you can see, the gateway is exactly the same. So this is another method to make sure if you're testing your own devices, then you could type ARP-A on the Windows 10 machine and your Kali machine. Now your laptop could be running Windows 10, it doesn't really matter. But as you can see, they're both using the same gateway. So if we go back just to prove it, I've closed it. But if I go up here, as you can see, the gateway is exactly the same. Then this is the IP address of the computer itself. This is the computer that we're attacking, their IP address. So if we go back to our Kali machine, in fact, what I'll do is I'll start the browser. So we've already started the attack anyway, so I'll open Internet Explorer. So let's say this person, this is a neighbor. Now you've connected to a Wi-Fi spot and you've used DNS spoofing. So you've got the gateway correct and you've got the IP address. So all you need to do now is wait for them to actually connect to your website. So if they search for Reddit, so you just type reddit.com, click enter, and as you can see, it says not really Reddit, sorry, but the URL is exactly the same as it would be for Reddit. So it's redirected them to our server. So that's essentially a DNS spoof. It can be very useful if you don't want to use the inject attack with man in the middle F, because if you remember from the previous few videos, we used man in the middle F to inject our beef hook. So this is a similar way to get them hooked to your beef. It could be a method to do that, could be something completely different. This is useful for phishing as well. So if you create a clone of reddit.com and then you spoof this, when they try and visit reddit.com, they'll be sent to your fake one and you can get all their login information. So I think you could put 2 and 2 together and realize what you can do with your script if you remember from beefhook. That will be in the next video. So that was it for this one. If it did help, please leave a like. Comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to part 20 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part I'm going to show you things to look out for when downloading applications. So this is onto more of the cybersecurity side of due diligence and watching out for certain things. So like I said, cybersecurity and ethical hacking is a lot of your own, like I said, due diligence. So basically it's up to you and how you handle situations, what you do to look out for things and how you can prevent them. So it's up to you really. You can't just ignore things, you've got to be wary yourself. So it can be a little bit confusing to the person who doesn't really know much about computers, but hopefully this video should clear a few things up if you're not really familiar. So I'm on the Sandbox Windows 10 machine. So this is not my separate laptop like in the hacking demo. This is just a virtual machine running Windows 10. And if you remember from this course, we created car image exe.jpg. So if you followed the video and created your own one, then you should have your own payload, but it looks like a image. Apart from the icon, because the icon didn't resize properly. But it still looks like an image because you get a preview, like this is a real image and this is a fake one. So you see the .jpeg extension, so it sort of mimics a real image. But the thing you can do to look out for this is if you go to properties, and I'll open properties on both. So as you can see, straight away it says type of file, application. But on the real image, so this is the real image, which is this one here, it says JPEG, so GPG. So you know straight away that this is an actual image file, but if you look at this one, it says type of file application.exe. Even though it's got .jpeg at the end, it still says application. So you can go to details and see the description and the type of file it is. And if you go to details on the image, let me scroll down, as you can see, it's got dimensions and pixels. So as you can see, there's much more detail with the image. That goes into detail about like the pixels, the height, etc. But on the application, it doesn't. So these are a few things to look out for. The size is another thing. So as you can see here, the size is only 150 KB, but on this one it's 956 KB. So for an image, depending on obviously the size and the quality, now if you go to like 4K images, then yes, that will be higher, but the average is around 100 KB for an image. So this is a lot larger, which is unusual. And the other thing you can check out for, if you go to your Windows 10 machine and type resource monitor, we open resource monitor, then we can actually monitor connections coming in and out of this computer. So as you can see, we're on the browser here. So let's go to Facebook. And if we go to Facebook and we go to back to this resource manager or monitor, we go to network. Then you can see all the outgoing connections. So if you can see here, Microsoft Edge cp.exe. Now there's remote addresses. So if you run the payload, if we run this payload, let's just run it. Now it's not going to work and it's not going to listen for a connection because we haven't got our Kali machine open. Now the image is still going to open. If we close that now, and we go back to our resource monitor, as you can see, there's car image exe.jpg. But if you noticed here, it says remote address and it's got a port. Now it's running port 80 because that's what we told the payload to do, but if you noticed here, it's got temp backdoor.exe and it's also got car image.jpg. So this is the payload, and as you can see, the remote address is an IP address. Yes, the remote port is 80, so that's not really suspicious. However, the remote address is the most suspicious part because it's sending a connection out to 192.168.110.128. Now that's the IP address of my Kali machine. And just to prove this in a way, if we go to Facebook, so let me just refresh the browser, and we look for Microsoft Edge. So we've got a few remote addresses from Microsoft Edge, which is the browser that I'm running here, and it's using port 443. So if you wanted to make your payload use 443, that's absolutely fine to make it less suspicious. 80 is fine and 8080 is also okay, but it's the remote address. So if we open CMD, and because we're on Facebook, I'm going to ping Facebook to get the IP address of the server. So ping facebook.com. So it's going to just ping it, press Control C to stop that. And as you can see here, there's an IP address of the server that we were pinging. So this is the IP address of Facebook. Now this may be different for you depending on where you live, the area, and the closest server to you. But for me it's 31.13.90.36. And if you notice here, the IP address corresponds to this. So that proves that we are actually connected to Facebook and it's genuine. The local address is just your IP address. But like I said, the one with the image, if I can just find it, I think it's closed itself. But if I might reopen it and show you, but you've seen it. If it shows you, it's gone off because we weren't actually listening for connection, so it just dies after a few seconds. But you've just got to look out for the remote address, and if it's not the same address as a website server, and if you type this in and go and get the IP address of the website you're on, so this could change if you're on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, it'll change. If you're on Google, but it's got to correspond. So you can just do a little test by typing ping and then the URL. Then you'll get the IP address, and make sure it corresponds to the remote address down here on whatever application you are using. So this will change for Chrome. If you're using Chrome, I think it'll just say chrome.exe. But you get the idea. So that was it for this short video. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this short but interesting live hacking demo. In this case, I'm just going to show you my setup. So this is quite unusual for me to record like this with a camera, but just to prove that this is sort of like live and I'm not editing or faking any of it. I've got a Kali machine here, which is running on a virtual machine. The host machine is down here, which runs Windows 10. And I've also got a wireless USB adapter connected. I'll explain why later on. On the right hand screen here, I've got OBS, which we'll use. I'm not going to be recording the whole video anyway, like this. And on the left here, we have a laptop without internet connection, and this person's trying to browse Reddit. So let's add some context. But first, let me say that this video is for ethical and educational purposes only. I'm not responsible for any damages you cause with the information in this video. This video is very brief, so I don't go into great detail. If you want to know more, then please visit my playlist on my YouTube channel called Learn Ethical Hacking. I go into greater detail. So this person, let's call her Karen, in Starbucks is trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. So we go and sit down with our laptop and plug in our wireless USB adapter. Now we generate a fake, or we create in this case, a fake access point. So down here I've got a bash script. We'll create our fake access point using Mana Toolkit. This bash script will start a fake access point. In the config file or configuration file, I've called it free Wi-Fi. So people are going to see this in public. Now this could work for people who are close to you, it could work in your house, it could work for a neighbor, people who are in the general vicinity of where you are or your wireless card is. I've made this be called SSID free Wi-Fi. The SSID is just the name of the router. So here it's created and we're starting to get direct probe requests. Now, the reason I called it free Wi-Fi makes sense because in public people want free Wi-Fi, and in a way they are getting with free Wi-Fi. So now if we go to our target machine, and this computer is going to be the one that we're going to hack into. So we open the Wi-Fi, and as you can see now, there's one called free Wi-Fi. So this person, Karen in this case, thinks, oh, free Wi-Fi, and clicks connect. So they start connecting to this free Wi-Fi. And as you can see now, we know that someone's tried to connect to it. So we get an authentication from this MAC address here. So we've got a MAC address of a device AC, and that MAC address corresponds to our laptop. So that's basically the setup. So I'm going to jump on the Kali machine and get everything else set up now. So I'll see you back on there. So now that we're on the Kali Linux machine, we've still got our terminal running with our fake access point. The fake access point basically acts or creates us a method of listening into the packets, because now we're sort of like man in the middle. So every request they send, we see it first, then it goes to our router, and then back to us, back to them. So it's very useful because there's certain ways and certain methods of attack that we can do. We can inject things, which we're going to do in this video. But the downside is that we are offering them free Wi-Fi, and if we have loads of different connections in public, then that could take a toll on performance. But then again, in the benefit of that is we get all this information. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new terminal. I'm going to use Terminator for the app. And I'm going to start an ARP spoof. But the first thing we need is beefhook. So beefhook will give us a malicious JS file. This beefhook, once injected into a website, will allow us to basically execute basic commands on this computer, such as alert boxes and fake updates. And we can steal credentials and take screenshots. So we'll open Beef here. So I'm going to log into Beef. Just Beef and Beef for the username and password. We've got Beef open now. And like I said at the start of this video, if you don't know everything or what I'm doing here, go and watch my Learn Ethical Hacking course. I go into much more detail. So I've got Beef open, so I can minimize that. I don't really need it open. And we can start an ARP spoof. So I'm going to use man in the middle F, ARP spoof, I'm going to use WLAN 0, which is my wireless card. Then we've got the target's IP address and the gateway, which is the router's IP. Then we've got our malicious hook.js file, which is shown in the other terminal window that I just minimized. So I'll show you it again. If we open up this one, you can see here that it's hook.js, and that's what we want to inject into their browser. And I didn't mean to close Beef then, so we'll just have to reopen it. So give it a second while it just closes, and we'll reopen Beef. So when you close the terminal, you've got to remember to keep the terminal open while you keep Beef open. So we'll wait for Beef to open, and while that's doing it, we can open a new terminal. I'll open a new window, and we'll split this horizontally because now we want to generate our payload. So Beef hook's going to open. There we go, it logs us in straight away anyway. Split this horizontally, and I'm going to use Hercules to generate a payload. So generate payload, I'm going to use reverse HTTP, which is number 2. The L host is the IP address of my server. Now, Kali Linux comes pre-installed with the local server and an Apache 2 server. So it's 192, now this wouldn't be the same for you. And the port will use 8080, you can use any common ports. The most common ones, or the ones that are less suspicious, are like 8081, 8080, 4444, etc. So we don't want to add any of that, and we'll call this payload update so it's more believable. You'll see why I've called it update and why it's quite clever. So we don't want to compress it, so there we go, generated it, just to make sure everything's correct. We can have a look at the settings once we start listening for it. Let's make this terminal window a little bit larger. There we go. And if we go to our root directory, we'll have update.exe. So I'm going to copy this now and upload it to the server's directory, which is right here, and I'm going to paste it. So we've got a direct download link now for our payload. The main objective is to get the payload executed on their computer. So I've got Beef open here, and we can start an ARP poisoning attack. So what we'll do is I'll open a new terminal, and we'll use our ARP poisoning. So we click enter. So just started the man in the middle F attack. So while that's loading, we'll wait for it, in fact. So there we go, because it doesn't take too long. So the servers are online, and now it's waiting for a request to a website. It's going to try and inject the hook.js. So if we go to our target computer and we have internet connection, if we go to, let's say this Karen is sick of Reddit and decides to go to bbc.co.uk, click enter, and as you can see, it takes a little while longer to load. But now if we go back to our Kali machine, we've got bbc.co.uk requests, and it starts to inject. So if we go to our Beef hook and wait a few seconds, as you can see, it's still loading and still trying to inject. There we go, we've got an online browser. So now we can execute a few commands. So let's look at some of the commands we can execute. There's an alert box. So if we type alert, we can create an alert dialog, and this alert dialog can say anything we wish. So let's say we want to say hi. It's very simple, just a simple hi. Then down here, if you look right down here, there's a little button that says execute. If we click it, we can look on our target machine, and there's a little message that says hi from the website. And as you notice, the website URL is a little bit different, and that's the MS, I think it's MTMF or something like that. It's a spoof to get around HTTPS. So we get messages. So that's a simple alert box. So now what we can do is we can add a fake notification bar to make them download our payload. And that was the reason I called it update, because if we type in fake, sorry, I'll spell that properly. There we go, we can get a fake notification bar. So our fake notification bar, if we get that back up, and we'll use the Chrome fake notification bar. Here we can add our IP address for the server, so 192.168. Make sure I do it in the correct format. Now as you can see, the browser's just gone offline for a second, but if you don't do anything on the target computer and you just leave it, then Beef hook does lose connection a little bit. So we just need to either refresh the page or just wait a few more seconds. There we go, it's going to just re-hook the browser. There we go, as you can see, it's come back online. So this fake notification bar will add our fake, I keep saying fake, we'll add our payload to it. So the URL 192.168.110.128, and the direct download link for update.exe, so they download our update straight away. So we'll add a custom message. We'll say critical update required. There we go, and click execute. So we click execute. As you can see, there's a command now. And if we go back to our target machine, as you can see up here, it says critical update required. If we click on install missing plugins, and we'll wait for it to download. So wait a few seconds for that to download. And while we're waiting, we'll go back to our Kali machine and actually listen for a connection. So to listen for a connection, we can type msf console. This will start the Metasploit framework. We need to wait for this before we actually run the payload, because we need to be listening for a connection as they run and execute our payload. So just wait a few seconds for the Metasploit framework console to run. We can monitor the other terminals to see if our servers are okay, which they are. Now Metasploit to start, so we can use exploit and multi-handler. Then we'll set the payload to the corresponding one that we used for update.exe, which was Windows Meterpreter reverse underscore HTTP. So we set the payload, then we'll set the L host to the servers, and then we'll set the L port to 8080. Then we type exploit and we'll listen for a connection. Sorry, I typed that wrong, so we'll start that again. We need to set the L host. I made a mistake when typing the L host out. It's 168.110.128. Yeah, that's fine. So L host 168.128. Then we'll show options to make sure everything's set correctly. There we go. We're listening on the correct IP address now and the correct port, so we can type exploit again. Listen for a connection. There we go. There's a reverse handler started. So now that our reverse handler has actually started, so we go to our target machine, and as you can see, the downloads had started and completed, and we've got update. Now it says 1 in brackets because there's already an application called update, but if we just click on it, so we can actually prove that we're running update. Now, if you noticed, there's a message here. This is not an antivirus message. This is just a Windows Defender smart screen. This is for applications with unknown, I believe, publishers. There we go. So we'll run it anyway, because most common applications that you download will get that message. So we click run. Have you noticed no antivirus messages have shown up? We get a unknown publisher would like to make changes. Say this person, Karen in this case, clicks yes. So we click yes. Then we go back to our Kali machine, and as you can see, we've got a Meterpreter session. So now we can do pretty much anything we want to the computer. So now that we've got a Meterpreter session, let's type some commands. So sysinfo will get some system information. So we know the computer's name's Karen. We've got an operating system Windows 10, and we know its architecture. That's a mouthful. I just about said that right. Right, there we go. Anyway, it's a 64-bit. So we've got system info. It's not really fun. That's just basic stuff. Let's start something interesting. So we'll start keyscan underscore start. Then we'll type, well, actually, in fact, we'll wait and we'll go over to the target machine. And what we'll do is we'll type some information in. So we'll type anything in the search bar on bbc.co.uk. So we'll just type something in. And now if we wait a few seconds and then type dump instead of start, then we capture the keystrokes. And as you can see, DG or DTG or whatever, there we go. We've just dumped some key scans. And this is like a keylogger. So imagine if they logged into Facebook with their email and password, would see that. Then we can just need to stop it so we don't get too many. So we can stop. What else can we do? Let's take a screenshot. So we'll take a screenshot of the desktop. So it'll save a screenshot, and as you can see, there's the name of the screenshot. So if we go to our root directory, so we're on our root directory, and it's called zvmut. So we click on this one, and as you can see, we get a full screenshot of their desktop. So they're on Reddit, and they're on this dodgy bbc.co.uk website. This doesn't affect BBC website, by the way, that ARP poisoning, just the laptop connected, because we specifically told it to target the IP So now we can do pretty much anything. Let's look for some secret files. So like I said, this was a dummy account created. So let's cd into users. In fact, we'll type pwd, and we'll notice that we're in users Karen downloads. So now we know that the user's Karen, so we can just type cd /users/Karen. Now we're in the users Karen directory. Now we can type cd desktop to get to the desktop and see what kind of files she has on the desktop. Now I spelled that wrong, so that's going to give me an error. So it's desktop, there we go. And we type ls to see what's on the desktop. So there we go, there's a few files, but look, there's passwords.exe. So if we type cat passwords.txt, click enter, it will spam them and it will dump them. So there we go, password 123, my password, Facebook password, Mr. Robot. So we get their passwords. Now obviously most people wouldn't store their passwords in the text documents, but some do, believe me, I've seen it. So the last thing is we'll take a snapshot of the webcam, but first let me put something on my head so I can't be seen. So I've got something on my head now. That might sound a little bit strange, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start you'll see, and it's quite funny in a second, but if I type help, click enter, and we can see a few commands. So I'll show you a few. We can record the mic, and we can take a webcam snap. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to type webcam_snap first before I put the mask on. Webcam_snap. I'll put the mask on and click enter and then show you the screenshot. So there we go, we got a screenshot of the camera. There's my setup, and yes, that's a horse mask. But you get the idea, we took a screenshot of their webcam. That's quite scary, to be honest, because they could be doing absolutely anything. But in this case, Karen is a male for some reason. I'm wearing a horse mask. But there we go. So that was just a short hacking demonstration. If this video was interesting, then please leave a like, comment if you want to know anything else. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 25 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. So every video you've watched up until this point now has been the client side section. And what I mean by that is, this course is split up into 5 different sections. So the first lot of videos you have watched up until this point, so every single video in this course you have watched has been client side. And what I mean by that is just the general hacking, as in into a computer, a standalone computer that someone owns. That is more client side because there's someone using the computer, i.e. a client. That involves like the social engineering aspect. So all the videos you've watched, like I briefly touched on DNS spoofing, although that is for the network section. However, there's the creating a payload, executing the payload, using a fake access point, or creating a fake access point and making or persuading someone to connect to it. Also creating like beef hook, injecting it with man in the middle F. All of that stuff together. Now it's up to you, and it's important to, when learning through this course, is make up your own like methods of putting everything together. So if you've watched my live hacking demonstration, I essentially put multiple things together to create one whole hacking method. So if you watch that video, in that video I use the man in the middle F attack to inject beef. Once beef's open, I create a payload, use beef to create a fake notification bar. They download the payload directly to the local server, and basically then they're hacked. So all of that's been discussed now, so that's client side over with. Hopefully it was useful for you, and if you're only after that sort of stuff, then you can leave the course here now and you don't have to continue watching. But now we're on to the website penetration testing. So this is the website attacks. And what I've done is I've decided to split the course up into client side, website attacks or website pen testing. Then it's going to be the server pen testing or server attacks. Then it's going to be network. Now, I've briefly touched on network within client-side, like the fake access point, but I will revisit it in more detail. So the network attacks or pen testing will involve cracking WPA keys, WEP keys, etc. And then the last section is just going to be a miscellaneous section. So there's going to be pivoting, how to make man in the middle F or interpreter work outside the local network, so you can use it on WAN, for example. So that stuff's really interesting. But right now we're on to the website pen testing. So essentially, what is a website? A website is just a collection of pages that are accessed through the internet or through a web browser accessed via the internet. So when you visit Facebook, you're visiting a website, a web page. That is one page of a collection of many. Now, if Facebook had an about page, then you click on the about page and it'll send you to that. So they're all connected together, which makes up the whole website. Websites will have web applications on them. So this is the website/web application pen testing, because websites will have these sorts of things on them. So think of like a search function that processes information. That's a web application on a website. If you think of a login system, that's a web application on a website. So the person's website might be secure enough, but there might be one small vulnerability within a web application on one of their web pages that allows you to gain access to their whole website. So this is like very important, very critical for businesses to understand. Web applications may also be installed on computers as applications. So if you think of Steam, now Steam is just an application that you can buy games from the Steam store and install them and then directly play them. So it's very popular for PC gamers. It's like the one with all the games on it. Everyone uses it to play games. Now, that's not a website, it's a web application and it's installed. So you can have a web application on a website, and you can also have a web application that's installed on your computer. The reason that's a web application is because it talks to the server of the Steam web, the website, the server of the website, and it communicates with each other. So the client and the web application or the website will talk to the client on the computer, and that's why it's a web application. So that might have a vulnerability within it because it's installed on your computer, and then you might be able to get access through that and then get to the actual website. Now, I've already discussed this, so a computer that uses an operating system, that will be for the server-side attacks, and the client-side attacks we've already discussed, and I'm pretty sure I've discussed enough about the client-side attacks to give you a better understanding of ethical hacking. So in this video, we're just going to start with basic information gathering, and we're going to start to build on it. So because we're starting with websites, we're just going to start at the very basic level. So if you go to Kali and open up your Kali Linux machine, so I'm just going to log in here, and then I'll make it expand the screen. So I'm on a website here called Whois. So if you go to the link in the description and just click on it, it will send you to this website. So for this part, we're just going to do some basic information gathering. So there's certain methods what you do with hacking and testing and pen testing is you start at information gathering, then you build up to the next one, then you go to the next stage, and the next one. So these will all be discussed, but right now we're at the think of like the information gathering to understand what we're targeting better. This principle applies for client side because you need to like sniff out networks, sniff out computers, understand the person you're talking to, so you could fish for information, which is like social engineering. So all of these attacks and pen testing will start with this. So once you're on Whois lookup, if you type in a domain, now it can be absolutely any domain you want. I'm going to type in my website. I'll just make this a little bit larger so you can see it. So if I type codeoncommand.com, this is my website, and click enter, it's going to Whois lookup. So it's going to get the DNS server, etc. So as you can see, this is how old my website is. This is when it was created. This is when it's going to expire, and when it was updated. So as you can see, there's the host. So it's one.com, and that's who I do purchase my website hosting from. So there's the DNS servers, the name servers. If you go down here, you can see an IP address. You can see the IP location, and there's 1.com again. Then the IP history, so we can get the IP history, so 4 unique IP addresses over 7 years. Server type Apache. So this is like very basic information gathering. You can see where it's registered. Right here is where the registrar will appear. So I have domain privacy, so as you can see here, it says in the tech contact section, it just says domain privacy. I have domain privacy through 1.com, so essentially I pay a little bit more and it protects my information. Now some websites might not have this, and it's really, really important to have it, I reckon. Now if you're a small local business, then it doesn't really matter, but for ones that don't want their private information leaked, essentially it's important, because my information would appear right here, my address, my phone number, and my name, and that's like the most private information I can have, really, because then you'll know exactly where I live and my exact name plus my phone number. So that's not really a good idea. So the tech contact, I have domain privacy, but if we type the website in that doesn't have it, or the owner's information, whoever bought the web address, will appear here. So if you find a website that does have that, then you can in fact that starts to get into doxing, which I'm not going to discuss in this course because it's I don't agree with it and I don't like it. So you can find information on that elsewhere. Just type in doxing and find out information about that. But this is how you start doing stuff like that. So dates, I've already discussed that. You can see the dates, etc. But the most important part here is the IP address. So we've got an IP address of the actual server. So you could take this down if you wanted to. And if we just open the terminal, so Terminator, and what we'll do is we'll just type in ping. If you type ping and then the address, now you don't type the IP address in, you type the web address. So type www. Now you can type in any website you want here, but I'm going to type in mine, so codeoncommand.com, click enter, and it'll stop pinging it. So wait a few seconds, it's just pinging to get a response from the server. So there we go, we can see the website live and we get a response. But if you noticed here, we get an IP address. Now let's see if it matches the IP address on Whois. As you can see, it does. 46 30 215, so 215 95. There we go. So that's how to get the IP address of the server of the website, because the websites use DNSs, and a DNS basically will fetch the IP address that's attached to the DNS, and then that translates an IP address into a web address. So essentially when you type in facebook.com, you're typing in the IP address for facebook.com, the server of facebook.com. It's just to make translation easier between the IP address of the website and the actual name of the website, because people don't want to be remembering IP addresses to go to Facebook, Google, etc. It'd just be really annoying because you'd have to remember thousands of IP addresses just to go to a website. But that's essentially the first video of the website pen testing. This is just a basic information gathering. Later on in this section, we will get onto the more interesting parts, such as SQL injection, defacing websites, uploading shells. But that's it for this video. So if it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 26 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to look at more information gathering. So there's more tools that we can look at to gather information about a website. So the next tool, and this is specifically for the technology used on the website and used to create the website. So when we find that out, we can also look at vulnerabilities within that application or type of programming that they've used to create the website. So if you type netcraft site report and you go to the first one, so the URL should look like this. It will also be in the description like always. Just give it a second to load. And all you need to do, it says look up another URL. So it already has like a default one for this website, but you can type any sort of website URL here and get information for it. So I'm going to type my website, which is codeoncommand.com. So I'm just going to click enter, and there's the description of my website, the keywords, and the netcraft risk rating. So this isn't really important because you can just find this out anyway by going on the website and viewing the source. But down here is quite useful. So the IP address of the website, but you can just ping it anyway. Then we've got the operating system the server runs on, or the website runs on, and there's the web server. Now if we scroll down a little bit more, as you can see here, these are web trackers. So this is things like Google Analytics, Google Advertising, AdMob, etc. So as you can see, my website has 4 from Google, which is AdMob, Google AdSense, Tag Manager, etc. So as you can see, loads of these will use that sort of thing. So here is suggestions with other popular sites that use it. So there's bbc.co.uk use the Google Tag Manager, majorgeeks.com uses AdMob, etc. Then we go down, and here is the site technology. So this is the most useful information that you can find about a website. So what you want to look at is the server side. So this right here. Now it's got SSL enabled. So when you go to the website, in fact it's on this one as well. So as you can see here, it says toolbar.netcraft.com is a secure connection. So basically any information you pass across to this website is secure and encrypted. If I go to my website, click enter, let it load a second. As you can see, it's also the same. So that's what SSL is. I'll discuss more about SSL and encryption, etc. So just close my website now. And then there's PHP enabled. So the server does support PHP and it's also enabled. So that means that it's using PHP, and in fact it is created with PHP. And PHP is just a server-sided programming language. Basically, PHP will interact your database, your website's database, with your website. So when you enter information like you log in or sign up, in fact you register to my website, that will send your information. So it'll create your username and password, pass that onto the database, and then your password will be encrypted, your username will be saved in the database, and then that's for future use. When you want to log back in, it'll just check the details that you enter with the details in the database. So PHP can be like a vulnerability, or it can be manipulated. Then it's using JavaScript. Now this isn't very useful because we want to attack the website server or the website itself with vulnerabilities, but the client side, JavaScript only works on your actual computer, if that makes sense. So when you visit the server's website and the website displays, client side stuff will only affect you. So JavaScript affects the behavior of the website, but that runs on your end, not the server's side. If we go down a little bit more, there's the advertising network. So we've got Google AdSense, again, we already knew that. Then this is probably the most important bit of information that we can find, is that it's a PHP application. So this is what is the website has been made with and what it runs on. So as you can see, it's a PHP application. Now if they created this website, in this case it's my website, so if I created this with let's think WordPress, then it would say WordPress application, and then you can search for WordPress vulnerabilities. But in this case, it's a PHP application. And as you can see, the technology that is used is a CodeIgniter framework. So this, if I copy it and Google it, it's basically, I'll just search Google for it. It's essentially just a PHP framework, as you can see here. But you can also search for like vulnerabilities. And there you go, there's some security vulnerabilities with CodeIgniter. So you get the idea with this. So you can search for the application it was made with, the framework it's made with, and then just search for vulnerabilities, and then that website might have that vulnerability still on their website. Then there's other certain things like the doc type, what type of HTML it uses, and the CSS it uses. So it's external CSS, it's not internal. Every website will have external CSS because the advantages of that outweigh the disadvantages, but we're not here to talk about CSS. So this is just an extra information gathering tool that you can use. So there's one more left after this, but I'll leave this video here. So you already know now 2 methods of finding information about a server. Once we've got all the information, what we're going to do is we're going to look at certain vulnerabilities, basic vulnerabilities, such as SQL injection. Now that is pretty outdated at the moment, but there's still some websites that still have it. Then we're going to look at, I'm trying to think what we'll do. What we'll do is we'll look at them sort of vulnerabilities, so like SQL. Then we'll look at certain more advanced ones. And then we'll start to deface upload shells and many other things that you can do with websites or trying to pen test websites. So I'll leave this video here for now. If it did help, please leave a like, comment if you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 27 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at installing Metasploitable's server. So Metasploitable is developed by Rapid7, and this server essentially is created with Linux with the purpose of pen testing it. So it comes with vulnerabilities initially with vulnerabilities. So Rapid7 have made this server that has vulnerabilities within it, so people like us can test our skills against it and basically find new vulnerabilities and how to hack the server. It comes with useful things for this course. So we're up to our website pen testing now. So we've done the client side, we're on to web pen testing, and this is useful for the web pen testing because it comes with a dummy website that runs on this Metasploitable server that we can attack. So that's what we're going to be focusing on with the next few videos. But then it's also useful for the server side attacks because we can actually just attack the server itself with ports, etc. And then we'll be on to the final part of the course, which is just like the miscellaneous stuff like hacking computers with a link, hacking certain different devices, pivoting, and making stuff work outside your local network. So let's get started with how to install Metasploitable. So this video will work for both VirtualBox and VMware and VirtualBox. So you can go to this link in the description, just click on it and it'll open this website. So to download it, all you need to do is fill in this form. Now you can enter fake information if you want. You can also read this and watch the video if you want a little bit more information on what Metasploitable is. But once you've entered information and click submit, then you should be presented with this message. It just says thank you for registering for Metasploitable, and then it says to download Metasploitable, click here. So click on that and it will download a folder. Now this will be compressed with either WinRAR or WinZip, depending on which one you have installed on your computer. All you need to do is, once it's downloaded, it should look like this. Now I'm using WinRAR, so that's why it looks like this. But just move it to your desktop and then right click and click extract here. Once you've done that, just move these screens down here. As you can see, I've got both open here, so VirtualBox and VMware. The reason for that is because VirtualBox is a slightly little bit different installation than VMware. But I thought I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone and show both. So once you've extracted it, you should be presented with this folder. And inside here, there's 5 different folders. Now, for me, there's 6 because I've already run this just to test it. But it will be exactly the same as this. So if I just highlight it, you'll have a folder with that many folders in it or files in it. Now, don't worry because here it says type VMware. But this also works for VirtualBox. So I'll show you the VMware installation first. So all you need to do is you go to VMware, go to the Home tab, click on Open a Virtual Machine, locate the folder. So it's on my desktop, as you can see here. And inside that desktop folder, inside the Metasploitable folder, is this folder here, Metasploitable. So all you need to do is click on that and click Open. Then it automatically creates the virtual machine. All you need to do now is edit the virtual machine settings and change this to 1 gigabyte. Now that is just so the speed is fine and there's no problems with like lag, etc. So click OK. Now you don't need to change any of the other settings. Now you can, if you wish, you can change the amount of cores, but everything else is perfectly fine. So click OK, and that is essentially the virtual machine installed. Now for VirtualBox, all you need to do is click on New, then type a name. So I'll call this Meta. Now you can call this whatever you wish. It's just so you remember what virtual machine, because if you have 10 different virtual machines in this virtual box, then you'll know which one it is. Change the type to Linux, change the version. Now we can change it to 32-bit or 64-bit. Click on next. Click on next again, because as you can see, this one is already 1 GB. Click on next. And here, all you need to do is click use an existing virtual hard disk file. Click on this little icon here. Go back to the same directory, so this folder again. And all you need to do is click on this file here, Metasploitable again. Click on open, then click create. And there you go. So it's created it. You can change the settings if you wish by just clicking settings and changing the settings of the virtual machine. But that's the installation complete. So you can end the video here, but I'm just going to show you the VMware. I'm going to run it on the VMware and just show you how to log in, etc. So I'm going to close the VirtualBox, but this is exactly the same. So all you need to do is start the virtual machine on either VMware or VirtualBox. So I'll just make this screen a little bit larger. And all we need to do is click on power. So we'll let it power on. Now give this a few seconds to just actually load up. I'll just make this screen a little bit larger. Now this doesn't have a graphical interface because it's a server, it's just a command line. Think of this as a picture is just a server, so it's not a standalone laptop like the client side of this course, which you've already watched, is how to hack into a standalone computer. This is a server, so it's just command line. So we need to log into the server, so Metasploitable login is MSF admin. Click enter and then type the same for the password, so MSF admin. Now you won't be able to see what you type in with that. Click enter and then it'll say last login, etc. So now you know you've logged in correctly. It says Ubuntu comes with absolutely no warranty. So it runs Linux commands this. Now as you can see, here is the command line, so we can type some commands. I apologize about it being so small, there's text, but if you look what it says, MSF admin. So if I just tab out a sec. To tab out of VMware, you need to press Control and Alt, and now I've got my mouse back, but as you can see here, it says MSF admin, and this is where we can execute commands on the server. So if I type pwd, click enter, that is the location we currently are. You can type other commands, you can type help, and here is the help, so you can find out exactly what your command or what command you want. So I recommend going and learning some Linux commands. I will go through everything though within this course. So I think I'll leave it there for this video. If there's any problems or any errors that have come up, please leave a comment and I'll be happy to help. Like the video if it did help, please subscribe for future content, and I will see you in the next video. Hello everyone and welcome back to part 28 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part we're going to look at discovering sensitive files within a website's directory. So typically when you visit a website, now this could be absolutely any website, so let's take my one for example. So when you visit codeoncommand.com, essentially you're visiting my root directory of my servers or my website's setup. And when you visit the root directory, that has got the index.html. Now that could be .php as well, but essentially that's just the index page, so that's the home page. Now that is typically just stored straight into the root directory. So if I go to the browser and I go to my website, if I click enter, right now I'm going to my root directory of my website, so this will have the index.html. So if I do /index.html, or in this case PHP, because that's what my website's created with, as you can see it sends you straight to the same page. So if I just close out of that, that is essentially what we're going to be looking at, because when you visit a website you don't know all their directories. So what I'm going to show you in this is how to search automatically for the directories and files that you can discover that are typically not meant to be discovered or are trying to be more discreet about. So the owner of the website wants to be as discreet about the directory as possible, but our script will find all the directories. So if you think of this as a website, so when you go to your var www inside your Kali Linux machine, inside the HTML, this is where we upload payloads. So this is essentially a website. You can visit this by going to your Kali Linux IP address, just type ifconfig in your terminal and visit that in a browser. But when you visit a website, so essentially what we've just done on my one is visited the index.php. But within a website, they might have different subdirectories. So they might be about. If you create a folder, this is now a subdirectory within our website. And inside this about, there might be about.php, and that will be the all about the website. So that's why when you visit the index.html, you click a link within a heading that says about us. You click on that, and that's where it will send you to the about.php or HTML. But there might be other sensitive directories within a website, such as admin. So if you create that, that's a subdirectory, and this admin directory might have the admin panel in it. So when you visit this page, now you wouldn't typically know this because the index.html will not link you to this, but it still exists within the directory, and that's what the purpose of our script will be, to find all the directories. So when you click on this, it might have within this it might have the admin login.php. And when you click on that or visit it within a browser, then it will say, please log in with your admin username or password. And that it can be quite dangerous then, because people could brute force the attack on that specific web page to gain access to your admin panel. So essentially that's what we're going to be looking at. But if you open up your Metasploitable server, and what we're going to do is we're going to go to the directory of our scripts. Now it comes pre-installed, so there's about 5 different scripts that are pre-installed with our Metasploitable server. So if you type cd and go to var and then www, click enter, then type ls-la, click enter, that will list everything inside this directory in a logical order. And as you can see here, there's something called Matildae, and that is a folder. So if I just get my mouse back, you can exit the screen for Metasploitable on VMware by pressing Ctrl and Alt at the same time. As you can see here, there's Matildae. Matildae is a website that has vulnerabilities within it, so we can basically attack it, test our knowledge. Think of it like a test. So if we go to our Kali Linux browser and we visit our server's IP address. Now this IP address is our Metasploitable's IP address. So if you type ifconfig, that will be different to your Kali Linux machine. So as you can see for this one, it's 192.168.110.130. So let's visit that in the browser to visit our website. Essentially we're connecting to our server, our Metasploitable server. Click enter, and there we go. So it should come up like this. And as you can see, there's 5 different scripts pre-installed. So there's Matildae. So if you click on that, now essentially we're in the Matildae root directory here, even though it's a subdirectory, because as you can see, it's a folder, it's a separate folder within our root directory. Our root directory of our server is this. This is a subdirectory. So essentially, if you think of it like this is our root directory, but then picture this as like Matildae. So we're visiting this. That's essentially what's happening. So when we visit Matildae, this is a subdirectory. The Matildae folder itself is essentially the root folder for the home page. So within this folder will be the index.php or HTML. And as you can see, this is born to be hacked. So it's essentially like a hacker's playground. So you can change the security level, you can give hints or disable them. And you've got to basically just try and hack into this website. But we're not going to be doing that. We're just going to discover all the directories within this website. So, like I said before, you will not typically know all the subdirectories, because you're not going to be typing, for example, admin after this. Click enter, and as you can see, this does not exist. So clearly they don't have a subdirectory with an admin panel, or the subdirectory is not called admin. It could be called admin1. That could be an admin panel, but it's clearly not. So that is the purpose of our script, to find all the subdirectories. This will find sensitive files as well. So let's go back to our, in fact what we'll do is, we'll open up our terminal now. So open up your terminal, and we'll search for these files. So all you need to do, you don't need to install anything. All you need to do is type dirb, then the address for your server, which is just the IP address of the Metasploitable machine. So if you just type HTTP, then the IP address, so 192.168, Now this would be different for you. .110.130. Then you need to visit the actual directory of Matildae. So you need to type MUTILI and DAE. Make sure you add Matildae to the end of this, because if you just search every subdirectory of this, then you will find all the subdirectories of every single script, because if we visit the root directory, as you can see, it's got multiple ones. If we removed all of this on the server and just had Matildae as our main root directory, then you could just type the IP address. But for now, because it's a subdirectory, we'll just leave it here. Hopefully that makes sense. I suggest until I make them, go and have a look at like websites, how they're made and how they're set up, because that will help you understand what's going on here. Well, it's fairly basic to understand anyway. So once you've typed this, you can just click enter. Now you can add a trailing backslash if you want, but just click enter, and there we go. So it starts scanning, and the way it works is it uses basically a word list to find common directories. So a common directory would be /admin for the admin page or the admin panel. As you can see, this is a typical or common index.html or PHP in this case. Then there's, if you noticed here, there's a directory called installation, which we wouldn't have known if we didn't use this script. Let's have a look what else there is. So let's just make this a little bit larger. So there's also header, home, footer. There's an icon. There's direct classes. If we scroll down a little bit, there's also files. Now it doesn't show, it shows both. So it doesn't just show folders, which are subdirectories. It also shows just plain files, which in this case, php info.php. So we can visit this if we go back to our website and just type php info.php, click enter. As you can see now, we've located the php info.php. So we can see what type of PHP it's using, PHP 5, and there's a configuration file. So we've basically found the configuration file. There's some useful information here. But if we go back to our terminal, there's also register. Now that is probably a common directory because there will be a link to it on the index page, because when you register a website, it has to link you to the register page. Ignore these ones here that say use W -W mode to scan it, but essentially this is how we can discover all the subdirectories within them. As you can see here, there's Matildae passwords as well. So these are subdirectories of Matildae. So as you can see, includes is a folder, and within includes there's index, index.php, and installation. Within the subdirectory JavaScript, there's the login, notes, and page not found. And then within the subdirectory passwords, there's all of this information. So let's visit something else. So robots.txt. So let's visit robots.txt. Click enter, and there we go. So this basically, robots is used in websites to prevent Google from crawling the specific directories. That gets into more detail, which is quite a long to explain, but in a nutshell, it basically, when you have a robots.txt, that blocks certain directories from being indexed by Google. So when you search for Facebook on Google, it indexes all the Facebook links, and that's why they appear on the Google's search engine. The index, like they've indexed my website, and I'll have a robots.txt to prevent Google from indexing my admin panel, for example. So when you search my website on Google, the admin panel will not show up, and that's essentially what this robots.txt does. So there's a passwords directory, as you can see here. So let's just visit that. Matildae and then passwords, and now we're inside the passwords directory. So like I said, we wouldn't have got this far if we didn't use this script. So always look here for the subdirectory, and then the files that are in the subdirectory will appear here. Do not get confused, like I said before, with Matildae, because Matildae is also a subdirectory of our server. But picture this as like the root directory. Matildae, picture it as the root directory, even though it's the subdirectory of our main server. A website will only have the website files on it anyway, so that will always be the root. But in this case, because we have multiple scripts, it's a subdirectory. But this is technically passwords here, and JavaScript includes and images are all subdirectories of a subdirectory, because Matildae is technically a subdirectory. But you get the idea. Anyway, we're inside the passwords subdirectory, and as you can see, there's accounts.txt. So if we click on accounts.txt, we've got some accounts. So Matildae passwords accounts.txt. And there's admin pass, monkey, Adrian, some pass, zombie films, rock, but this doesn't really mean anything to us at the moment, because we don't know where we can log in with this sort of thing. We don't know if it's genuine, but you get the idea, because now we're discovering sensitive files. So you can always just discover these files, or type in the subdirectory to get more files appear. So if we type in, let's type JavaScript. There we go. So now we're in this JavaScript subdirectory, and we've got more JS files. If you notice, these don't appear here. So these are all files within the root directory of Matildae, and these are subdirectories, so that's important to remember. Let's just open a JS file. Let's just click on HTML5 secrets, Windows session storage.set item, authentication token. So we've got some tokens here. This will all be relevant in future videos, but I think I'll leave it there for now, because I have talked quite a lot. So this was just a video on how to discover secret or discovering sensitive subdirectories and files within a website's directory. So hopefully this helped. Please leave a comment if you're stuck with anything. I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 29 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to look at our first website penetration test. So essentially, companies will pay people to penetration test their website with the web applications on them. The first one we're going to look at is a simple upload vulnerability within a PHP. So when websites are created, web applications, typically think of like a job website or a forum where you upload an avatar, or on the job website you could upload your CV or additional files maybe. And the vulnerability comes into it when they allow you to upload certain files, such as PHP files, because we're going to generate a PHP backdoor that will allow us to connect to the backdoor, which is basically hidden on their website's directory. So it's hidden amongst their files. We can connect to it, so that's why it's a backdoor, because we can access the website through the backdoor thing. Think of it like that. And once we've got that connection set up, we can literally do anything to that person's website. We can edit the files, we can deface the website. What I mean by that is we can edit the index.php, we can edit the text on the website, we can connect to the database, we have full control over the website. Think of it like a remote admin panel. So an admin panel, the admin logs in, so the administrator of the website logs in and can edit certain files, accounts, etc. It's similar to that, except it's our payload, it's a backdoor. So open your Metasploitable machine so we can connect to it. Just type ifconfig and get the IP address of the server, and open Kali Linux and visit it in a URL. So just type it in the URL bar. So for me it's 192. That will be different for you. Just click on that. You should be familiar with this from the previous video. Instead of going to Matildae, we're going to go to DVWA. Click on that and log in. So the username is admin and the password is just password. That's already saved to me, so just click login. Once you've done that, just save the password so you don't have to keep typing it in, and you'll be presented with this. So DVWA is a web application that is vulnerable. Its main goals are to be an aid for security professionals to test their skills and tools in a legal environment. It will also help web developers better understand the processes of securing web applications, and aid teachers/students to teach and learn web application security in a classroom environment. So hopefully that clears it up on what this actually is. Think of this as just a website. So this could be anyone's website. Say this is a small business, and this is their website. So they don't have much money and they don't have much knowledge on cybersecurity. So essentially they would probably employ you to look at their website and penetration test their web applications to find vulnerabilities. So like I was saying before about like a job website, they might pay you to find vulnerabilities when uploading a file or using brute force. So all these down here are vulnerabilities, typical vulnerabilities within a website. So the amount of small businesses that I've seen have these type of vulnerabilities is quite a lot, to be honest. And you can earn good money from penetration testing. So what I want to get into is cybersecurity, but penetration testing is my favorite thing because I like the challenge of it. So this part is really interesting for people who are interested in that sort of thing. If you're not, then there's not much point watching these videos. So let's get started. The first one we're going to use is the upload. So we're going to find the vulnerability within this and exploit it and upload our payload and then edit some files. So imagine this person's website is a small job website and you upload an image of yourself. So you just click on browse. This is like any other script, a PHP script. You just click on browse, you find your image and then upload it. But the one thing you need to do and make sure you need to do first before you upload your actual file is go to the DVWA security and change it from high to low, because we'll start on low, and once we get throughout this section of the course, because we're only on website penetration testing, we've done client side, we're on website, then we'll go on server, and then we'll do like miscellaneous stuff. But change it to low, and then once we get further on in the course, we'll change the security up. Essentially, it just makes it more difficult to actually exploit once it's on high, medium, and low. You get the idea. The security on this website is now low. So let's go back to upload and let's upload an image. So let's say this website, we can upload our image. I've got a random image from an old video, so I'll just upload that. Yes, that's me with a horse mask. If you haven't watched this, that's from the hacking demo. You click on open and we upload it. So there we go. Hackable uploads pic2.jpg has successfully uploaded. And as you can see here, we've got a directory of where it's uploaded. So we can actually visit this image on the website's directory, because a website essentially will have the index.php, then it will have a subdirectory of uploads. In this case, it's got hackable and then uploads, and that's where the uploads go. So to find this, if you noticed here, there's 2 dots, 2 full stops, a // 2 dots // that means go back a directory. Go back a directory. So it's basically saying here to go back 2 directories, and that's because we're in the upload and we're in the vulnerabilities. So it's saying go back out of upload and back out of vulnerabilities. Then you can type hackable, then you can go to uploads. So you click on that, and as you can see here, there's our image that we've just uploaded. So most popular websites that allow images to be uploaded will have a directory such as uploads, where all the images go, or uploads from users. So we click on that, that is the image we just uploaded. So now we know the image is actually stored on their server. But let's say we generate a PHP file and we upload it. This is where the vulnerability comes into it, because it's not checking for file extensions, etc. So let's generate our PHP backdoor shell. So I'm going to open terminal instead, or Terminator, so you can see it better because I can actually zoom in. And to create this, all you need to do is type WEEVELY. So this is Weevely. It comes pre-installed with Kali Linux, and then all you need to do is type generate, then type a password. So this is a password for the shell. Like I said before, think of it like an admin panel. An admin panel will have a login for the admin, like such as your username and password. This one only has a password. So this is for, quite ironically, this is for security purposes. Even though we're uploading a payload to their server, we don't want them to be able to access it. So we have a password. So let's just have 1 2 3 4 5. Then we need to store the shell somewhere. So this is, we'll just call it shell.php, and it's going to be stored into the root directory. Click enter, and there we go, it's generated. So if I type ls, as you can see, should be here somewhere. There we go, shell.php. So this is just on the root directory. So if you go to places, home, and here it is. So this is our payload. So we're going to upload this payload now. and let's see what happens. So we'll upload it, open, and click upload. There we go. Hackable upload shell.php has uploaded successfully. So now we know our payload is on the server, so our virus essentially has found its way into the server, and now it's just sitting there. It's waiting for us to connect to it, and all you need to do to connect to it is type WEE, so Weebly again. Then you need to type the URL of where the payload is stored. Think of this like a virus that's entered somewhere and it's just staying quiet until you connect to it, and then it can take over. So obviously in this case, this person's website is vulnerable, and it's really quite bad, to be honest, if it has this level of security. So if you find a website that allows you to just upload PHP files that is really bad, you can email them and say, I've found a vulnerability within your website. They might give you a cash reward. So there's benefits of being a good ethical hacker, not just a malicious one. So I'm going to type the IP address of the server. Now, if this was a genuine website, you just type the URL of the website and then where the PHP file has been stored. So / it's in DVWA, and then let me have a look just to make sure I get it right. So it's in Hackable. Remember, you go out of these two directories, so it's just Hackable, and then uploads. So if you think of a normal website, so a typical website will not say where it's being uploaded, but if you think of the previous video where you can use a script to find all the directories and sensitive files and subdirectories, then you can put these two things together and then find it that way. So it's very clever what you can do with all this stuff if you use your head. But upload and then shell.php. Then all you need to do is type the password, so it was 12345, click enter. Just type whatever password you saved, and there we go. So we've got a session, you type help, and there we go. So our payload's uploaded. These are the commands that we can execute now. So we've basically got full control of their website. We can file remove, we can edit files. So let's see where we are. So we're currently in DVWA Hackable. So let's go into var www dvwa and Hackable. So now we're in Hackable. You type ls. So there's uploads and users. So we can go into the users. Let's just go back into the uploads. Now you could go to the main directory with the index.php. So let's go to that, because that's typically what a main website would have. So it'll be just in DVWA. Let's type ls. Ignore these warnings here, because as you can see, it still works. Now we're on the main directory of the website. As you can see here, there's a index.php, and we can remove that and deface the website. So what you do is you just remove the file by using a command up here. So file rm_rm, remove index.html. In this case, I think it's PHP, yeah, so index.php, and then re-upload. So you can use file upload and then upload a new index.php. So I'm not going to be like showing you any sort of commands in this video. I was just showing you how to actually see a vulnerable part of a website, or a first look at your, what can I say, like your first vulnerability. So your first pen test. It's a simple one because the security of the website's low. This will not be found on many websites these days, but it's still useful to know. So now we've got full access, our payload's uploaded, and that's basically it. So we've got full control. In the next video, we'll look at another attacking method, and then we'll start to increase the security where it gets a little bit more complicated to upload our shell. But hopefully this gives you an idea of how websites are actually exploited and hacked. So I'll leave it here for now, just for this video. So if it did help, please leave a comment. If you're stuck with anything, please leave a comment. Please leave a like if it did help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome back to part 30 of my Learn Ethical Hacking course. In this part, we're going to look at code execution vulnerabilities. So open up your Kali Linux machine and also open up your Metasploitable 2 server. Now let me just reboot this so it opens. There we go. Type in ifconfig on your Metasploitable server and copy the the inet address. Then go back to your Kali machine and connect to it. So it's like in the previous video we connected to. So just type the IP address of your Metasploitable machine, and you should see something like this. Then go on DVWA and log in. So it's admin for the username and password for the password. So then we need to go to security, change it from high to low because we're still on low. Like I said, once we progress throughout this course, we'll change it to high, or medium then high. Go to command execution. And this is what we're going to try and pen test. Now, this is a vulnerable web app, so it already has the vulnerabilities within it. But typically, some websites might have something like this. Some genuine websites out there might have a feature like this. So it could be, it may not be like ping an IP address, but it could be like look up an IP address or find the IP address of a website. So if we open up a terminal window, now I'm using Terminator, you can use terminal, and if you type ping and then type an IP address now, or in fact you can type in a website URL. So I'm going to type facebook.com, click enter, and as you can see it pings it. So essentially what it's doing is it's just pinging the server to make sure it's live, and if it gets a connection back or signal back, then it basically receives a packet, as you can see here. This is the IP address of Facebook server. Now this might be different for you because it depends on your location in the world. This is the closest one to me, so that's why it's 31, 13, 19, 38 for me. But essentially the server's live. Facebook is live, so it's online. But that is essentially what this web application is doing. It's executing like terminal commands. So if we type an IP address in, now it says enter an IP address, so we're not going to enter a website, because when you're using websites, essentially a DNS, domain name service, is what translates an IP address into a URL that is readable. So like facebook.com, because without it we'd have to remember the IP addresses of every single different website, and it would get annoying because you can't just type in the name. But anyway, let's just enter an IP address. Now I'm going to enter an IP address that is my IP address of my Kali machine, and enter any IP address you want, but I'm just going to enter my one. So I'm going to type ifconfig and just copy my IP address and paste it right in there, and then click submit. And there we go. So it executes the command. It looks normal. It's pinged it. It's done exactly what it says it will do. And we've got a packets received. So it pings it 3 times, make sure it's live, which my computer is, and then it receives the packets. So yeah, it works. The web application's fine, but there is a major vulnerability within this. So when I talk about shells, and I'm going to be talking about them quite often now, a shell with a website or a server, think of it like gaining access to the directory. So if you're a developer or a worker on a massive server, and for example even a Google employee, for example, a shell they could use is SSH. Now that's very secure because it has your own private keys. If you've used GitHub before, then you should be familiar with it. If you have, if you've been employed to work on a project, then you'll all use SSH to connect to the directory of the project, and then you can all make changes to it. And SSH is just a gateway to be enabled to connect to that project. Think of it like a way of accessing the files. So a shell, you've probably used them before. The best one, like I said, is GitHub. Go and have a look at GitHub, by the way. It's just a website where you can upload code, and there is SSH on there. But we can use something called a reverse shell, which is basically the opposite. A shell, think of a shell, we are trying to connect or gain access to the server. Once that shell has been created and connected successfully, then we have access. But a reverse shell is basically us listening for a connection and telling the server to connect to our attacking computer. Whereas a shell is just a server listening for a connection from our computer. That's why shells are so dangerous, because if the server does connect to our listening computer, then we have access to the directory of the server. So let's start off with a basic command. So if you type pwd, as you can see, that tells us where we are currently in the directory or in the terminal. So we're in the root directory, so if I type ls, that's exactly where we are. But let's go back to this command, this web app. Type in your IP address again. This time at the end of the IP address, add a semicolon, then put a space and then type pwd. PWD is what I've just shown you, and if you click submit, as you can see, it pings the IP address again, which it should do, but then it also executes the PWD command. So if you can see here, var www dvwa vulnerabilities and then execute. So that's currently where this is stored, and that's correct because if you look up here, as you can see, dvwa vulnerabilities exec. So we know that command's working because it says it right up there, and we already know we're in this directory. But this is where we can create a reverse shell because it's actually executing commands. So the server's reading these two separate commands, and it's executing the first one, which is ping the IP address, which it does, and then it's also executing the PWD. But this is where we can actually put our reverse shell into this. So if you go to the link in the description for my website, you can get this text file. And essentially these are all reverse shells. You can use each one of these when pen testing a server. So if you're employed to pen test them, then you can find out what the server's running. So if it's Linux, then you could use Bash. You can use Perl, Python, PHP or Ruby, it doesn't really matter. So typically Linux systems like Kali Linux or just Linux itself, or Fedora, they typically use Bash. Python's also used on most servers. PHP, I know Facebook uses PHP, but not so much, or not many different websites use PHP anymore. There's also Ruby, which is getting quite popular, and then there's Netcat. So what we're going to use is, now Netcat is quite popular as well, so we're going to use Netcat for this example. Open up a terminal window. I'm just going to type clear to get rid of all that. And we're going to actually just listen out for a connection now. Because remember I said the reverse shell, it's us listening for a connection from the server, not the other way around. So we're going to listen for a connection using Netcat. Now think of this as like using Metasploit. When you listen for a connection, when you type exploit, say you use a payload of reverse TCP, and you type exploit and listen for a connection, that is what we're essentially doing here, but we're going to use Netcat instead. So always use Netcat when using these reverse shells, because if you use like Metasploitable, then you have to use the specific payload, and say you use a bash script. So you create a bash script, save this script inside of it, then create the Metasploitable, listen out for connection. The only problem with that is then that that file will have to be executed on the server, and obviously you can't do that remotely. So we're going to look at ways of around sort of that sort of thing later on in the course when it gets a little bit more complicated, but for now we're just going to use a simple Netcat script. So type nc for Netcat, then -vv for output, then -l -p for the port. So we're listening on the port 8080. Click enter, and as you can see it says listening on any 8080. So it's listening out for connection now back from the server, and because we know we can execute commands on this, what we can do is, if we just open this text document, now like I said, the link in the description for this, just click on it and download it, or copy it into a new text document. I'm going to copy this and paste this here. I'm going to remove all of this and then type the IP address in. Apologies, I'm going to remove that because that's an IP address of an old device I've still got on this. So remove that. Basically where it says IP of attacking machine, that's where your IP address of your Kali Linux machine will go. So I'm just going to type it here. So it's 192.168.110.1. 28, I believe. Let me just check. I've already forgot the IP address of this. I know that many different IP addresses. I've completely forgot. Oh, 131. So 131. There we go. So essentially what we're doing here is we're executing this reverse shell to make the server listen out for a connection. Sorry, not listen out for a connection. Try to make a connection with our computer that's listening for a connection. But we can't just add this in and click submit because we need to enter an IP address. So we need to just enter an IP address. Now I'm going to enter the same IP address. It could be absolutely any IP address here, but I'm just for the sake of it, I'm just going to add ours, or my one. This is the IP address of my Canon machine as well. And then I'm going to type a semicolon. So now it's going to execute this command and then also our reverse shell. So if I click submit, look at our terminal, it's listening for a connection. There we go. We got a connected to from unknown. Now it doesn't say anything else, and it just starts blinking. The cursor starts blinking. So it looks like it's done nothing, even though it says we've got a connection now. Our reverse shell is connected, but we can type commands. So pwd, as you can see, we're inside the directory. We can go back to var www.dvwa ls, and there we go. So now we're back to our index.php. We've got full access to websites. We can upload files or delete them. If we type help, we can find out some commands. So you can upload files. Let's try and find something. So there's the pwd anyway. That's what we use to test it. All the commands, or the useful ones, will be in the description. But essentially we've got access here. So we're on a Linux, and basically that's it. So we've used our reverse shell. We've got access to this server. We can do whatever we like to it. There's some extra commands here. Let's have a look. There's kill. We can kill. These are just basic Linux commands. But like I said, they'll be in the description. So I think we'll leave it there. I don't want to go on too long for this video, but that's the general idea. Hopefully you understand a little bit more of what a shell is now. And I've also got to mention that with these, you can use any one of these with the netcat. So when you type and listen for connection from a server using the netcat, which is this, it's just a short version of netcat entity. But you can use any one of these depending on what the server is using. So if you think back to when we started this web app pen testing and we looked at the technologies used, and we looked at, like, my website uses PHP. So obviously then we'd look at pen testing with the PHP script. So hopefully you get the idea of what you can do with this course. But I'm going to leave this video here. Just remember that you can use any one of these with the netcat. And this here is separate from this. So this command here, I'm going to add this to the script as well. And I'm going to put to listen for connection. Use that. So you can change the port, but leave everything else the same. This is using netcat, and this is also a netcat reverse shell. This is a Ruby reverse shell PHP, so I could have used that, for example, and copy that and paste that in here. I just want to mention that because I don't want any confusion. Because when I first learned it, I thought you could only use the netcat with the netcat listening, but you can't. So if I executed that, would also get a connection. But you get the idea. So I'm going to leave it there. If this video did help, please leave a like, comment. If you're stuck with anything, I'll be happy to help. Subscribe for future content, and I will see you all in the next video.